We're going to get started. I think, yes, we do have. Don't you guys step out? Well, we still do, barely. Okay. Lisa. So we're going to get started with agenda item number 1, which is the city's emergency management plan update. Corey Lyman is going to walk us through the information you have for us. Corey, welcome.
Thank you.
And we'll just turn time over to you.
Okay. Basically just wanted to update you since last year and some of the things that the programs that you're familiar with, but where they are. We've had a couple of them that we've hit major milestones on. We're kind of proud of that. My staff is here if you have specific questions that they can answer. John Flint on the end there. Susan Collier is working with us temporarily and helping out with the grant I briefed the last time. And Kenja Renee is our new multicultural outreach person. Absent, Eric Witt had scheduled a EOC training, and so he couldn't make it. And then Audrey Pierce is our program manager for Fix the Bricks, and she is still ill, but we expect her back probably next week. But I apologize for their absence. Basically, citywide, we continue to have the plans. We do all hazard planning. In the handout you all had in your material, it lists the different hazards that are either natural, technological, or human cause, ranging from earthquakes to terrorism to tornadoes. And basically, the way that we work our plan is that we approach all of those the same way. The actual incident still requires logistics. It still requires financial. It still requires initial attack with responders, those kinds of things. And so Eric Witt is responsible for our internal training and exercise program. In fact, over the next 30 days, I think we're going to have sessions with each of you to talk about and bring you up to speed as far as the updated tools that we have and some of the things that are opportunities for you. To summarize what Eric did last year, he did 16 different trainings for city staff. We have about 72 people from city staff that run our EOC and know how to use all the software and are actually fully competent. It's pretty impressive to a lot of our surrounding agencies who only use either firefighters or police officers. Our finance people are actually finance people. And it works really well. And so he's done a great job. The other thing that he does is he offers his assistance to all of the city departments, including the council, as far as the continuity of operations or continuity of government plans. And we bring those up to speed and talk about sharing resources, because anytime there is a disaster, we still have other business and essential services that need to get done, and that all comes to play in that discussion. So last year we did a big role, and Eric spent some time for the urban area, the UASI, that several of you will remember. We had some funding, and we did a big county-wide exercise that ranged from the federal government, the state, the county, and several cities in the valley, and we did a great big exercise on a coordinated terrorism attack with multiple locations. WebEOC, which is a situational awareness tool that we had. Eric is the program manager for that, and this past year one of the most impressive things that we've gotten done is he's tied the city's map with the help of Kevin Bell over in IMS, the GIS guy, so that now you all would be able to look at a map and see real time as things go up. Everything from closed roads, locations of shelters, major events. So we have not only a scrolling situational awareness board, but there's a visual map that you can look at your area that you're concerned about and get a summary. It's pretty impressive. In fact, the people at WebEOC were really impressed. When they came to work on it with us as we installed it, they were amazed at what we were able to do with the expertise from within the city. The other next part, and it's John's area of responsibility, is our community preparedness efforts. And those community preparedness efforts include citizen emergency response teams, or CERT, and amateur radio, the ham radio operators, and then of course the big one we've been working on the last few years has been the Schools Aid Families in Emergencies, or Safe Neighborhoods. And just to sum it up, we trained about 218 new CERT members in English and in Spanish last year that were residential, and we trained 60 people at a business setting. So businesses within the community, if something happens during the daytime, they have CERT trained people there as well.
Mr. Chair, May I ask
Lisa,
a
please.
question about that? Congratulations, by the way, on such an amazing job, your whole team. I was really impressed in reading this report. One question I had is, how do people who don't have any school-age children know that they're supposed to go to their neighborhood school? Like
Okay.
somebody like me, that my kids are all out of school, so I don't get any of that information, or my older neighbors. How do we know?
Maybe I'll ask John to answer that for you because it is his program. But yeah, it's not safe schools, it is safe neighborhoods. The school provides us a structure and a building. I hope you were paying attention to the question.
I was. So essentially what we're looking at on this part is just sort of a blitz of all different types of public education. We're working on, through social media, we're putting together some PSAs, 37
Okay, I just
videos.
have to tell you right there,
Yeah,
half my neighborhood doesn't know what social media is.
right. No, and I get it, and that's why we're using a shotgun approach. Not
Okay.
just social media, but we're working on TV ads, radio ads, things like that, just as a big
Are you
general
doing
public
direct
education
mail at
push.
all? Do you have the funds to do
We
that?
haven't yet, only simply because a lot of it has been not cost-effective, but we have considered putting informational flyers in like water bills
I
and
was going to
things like
say,
that.
all of us send out a newsletter each in a water bill that's a printed one.
Right.
It'd be great for you to get us that information, and we can put it in
Sure,
our
no, that-
newsletters, because there are people who, that is the only way we'll reach them.
And I think that's really great to note right now, because just this past month, we hit this major milestone. With Safe Neighborhoods, John's leadership, and now it's a countywide program, but they've identified funding. They have purchased and assembled what we call just-in-time kits. Every school in Salt Lake City now, every grade school has a just-in-time kit there. We were very concerned about advertising too hard, go to the school, take your kit, when the school wasn't prepared. Now, every single school's ready. They put a ton of effort into this kit, and it gives instructions, checklists, objectives, and we've tried it now a couple of times on people that are untrained, absolutely no training insert or anything like that. Get 25 people in, we've showed them a video, we said, okay, this is what happened, this is what just happened. Now, you've heard that tagline, grab your kit and go to school. You got to school, there's the kit. See what you can do. And within 45 minutes, they were doing neighborhood searches and documenting injuries and collapse. They were reporting back to the city, allowing us to start scoping for the number of adults and children and how many diapers do we need to order, that kind of a thing. It's really, really effective. It's
Well, I
very
was
proud.
really impressed reading that and how well you've done it, so I thought, we want to make sure people are aware that it exists and that it's there, because we've been told many times the big one is coming. We just haven't decided when.
And now that we have that prepared, we can really start pushing.
Right.
We were a little nervous about getting the cart before the horse. But John's done a great job. And one thing that I also wanted to mention on that, with the Safe Neighborhoods, like I say, it was adopted by the county, and we've funded kits for the whole place, the whole county. They haven't all been placed yet, ours have. But John was recognized by his peers this past year by the UEMA, and he was given, and I'm going to say the name of this award wrong, I'm sorry.
It's the Community Impact
Yeah,
Award.
the Community Impact Award, where you're nominated by other emergency managers throughout the state for the person who had the single greatest impact on preparation in the state of Utah, and John got that award this past year, so we're pretty proud of him.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Are there other questions on some of that community preparedness part?
I wondered about the cost. My system just crashed, so my notes are gone. But there was the kits for just in time, and John, was it you that worked on? You're John. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I know that.
That's okay.
That worked on that countywide, and I
Yes.
understood that Salt Lake City schools are all equipped
They are
with
now.
the kit.
Yes.
And I wondered about the rollout in the rest of the county, and it mentioned that you worked on getting funding for those. I
Yes.
wondered who those funding partners were, if you could give us an
Well,
idea of the
essentially,
cost of
most
those
of-
kits.
Most of the, and Corey actually probably has more information on this, but a large part of it was EMPG grant funding. And it was
State
the-
Homeland
And
Security
State
grant.
Homeland Security grant funds. So it was all grant funds coming in, so,
And they've been fulfilled? So
yes,
the
yeah,
need
we've
is
put
met?
together all 143 kits for the
For
entire.
Salt Lake County, we have all of the kits for all the grade schools. They haven't all been distributed yet. Each location municipality has to distribute them to their own schools.
I know I'm getting into the weeds here, but what's in a kit like that, and how do you anticipate?
In a nutshell,
Yeah.
it's simply based it off of our sort of command and control system that we use, the incident command system. I developed an org chart that was using not technical terms, but more layman's terms, people that things that everybody would understand, and put a simple instruction sheet, and I joke about this all the time, Corey will probably chuckle, but there's a sheet in there, it's called the stop sheet. It's like when you first open that kit, there's one sheet that you stop, and if they read this one sheet, then it lays out, and there are simple, basic 1 to 2 page checklists for every task that they will need to accomplish to set up their own reunification center, start the search and rescue, establish communications with the Emergency Operations Center, and so forth. And they're, like Corey was saying, we beta tested this, and that's why Salt Lake City obviously I created the program here, so we're a little further ahead of the curve as far as adoption and getting the program implemented, which was another reason that we've been kind of dragging our heels on the real mass, public education piece, because our stuff is ready, but the majority of the county is still not quite there. But anyway, as far as what's in the kit, it's more instructional, administrative supplies on how they need to do what they're going to need to do to get by those first
CB.
3-4 days.
No, it's amateur radio, but that is a part of it. There's a contact list, what frequencies we'll be listening to. We have a facility in the EOC that does that. It's really important. Every school, when you open up, we laugh about the stop sheet, because that was the problem we had, is open it up, pull everything out, and put it all over on the floor, and they go, okay, what have I got? But it's all designed to be chronological and in the most important order, so it says stop in letters about that tall, and then they read it. But the other thing that it does is everyone has a school neighborhood, so we have the whole neighborhood, and we've got an aerial photograph map that lists every structure in that neighborhood. Okay, and then it's broken down into little neighborhood blocks. And then there are 3 binders in there that are identical. But the first one is, when they go out for that first search and rescue run, is they literally go and check off each of the structures in their neighborhood, and they take one sheet for one team, and then they come back with the information. But so it has all that neighborhood, all the structures, and then a little key that says, if you see this, this is how you mark it, and so
That's
forth.
great.
But it's very, very thorough, and it worked really well. People understood it. I was really proud of what they accomplished.
Thank you for doing
I'd love
that.
to do a presentation for you guys sometime
I
if you
think
want
that
to.
would be great. I have a walkie-talkie. Y'all have walkie-talkies. We're supposed to, that's what I call them. I'm sure there's a nicer word for that. Or we plug them in once a week, charge them just in case. And for heaven's sakes, if something goes down, I don't know what to do with that walkie-talkie. I'm just going to turn it on and go to the school and hope the walkie-talkie and the
And
backpack tell me what to do.
I mean, you guys of all people should know, because I don't want you guys to not be able to answer a question that somebody asks of the program.
And I want to piggyback on that a little bit. We were taught what to do with those radios 3 years ago, and in one meeting, and I think it would be good if annually we had an update for the council where we had a little training and we know what to do. And I know Charlie and I particularly would not be able to get here if the 13th East fault goes. And so it would be good if we had a plan as far as what we're supposed to do and what we can do to be of help and how we do use our radios.
Yeah, and council
we should
staff has
schedule that.
scheduled those meetings. We do them in smaller groups so that we don't have a whole quorum, so we can spend a little bit more time. But we're actually scheduled to do
Great.
those in the next 30 days on
Great.
your updates for those. We'll put on the agenda for that to bring an example of that just-in-time kit so you can actually
Super.
see it and feel it and understand how it works. Okay. Good. Okay, then the other thing that we had, of course, was we had the critical infrastructure liaison, which is Audrey Pearson. Of course, her big project this past year has been the Fix the Bricks. I was informed just today that we got our final funding notice, so we'll have our award letter from the state later this week. So that will be moving ahead. Our biggest problem, and we talked about this a few weeks ago when I was here, is too much success. What a terrible problem to have, right? But what we need to do is find ways to identify perhaps some other funding. We did our press conference. We were hoping to get 50 people that were interested enough to commit, and we've got Susan's been helping while Audrey's been ill in particular, but so she has the counts. But we've had, in our request to try and find 50, we've got how many people now?
So far, we have 707 people who live in the city who have applied for the Fixed Bricks program.
Will you say that nice and loud into that mic so everybody can hear it because it's so impressive?
We have 707 people in the city that have applied for the program. We have 189 people outside of the city, as far away as Brigham City and further Ogden. Lots of people outside of the city are interested in this program as well. Total, we have 1,043 people who've applied.
So the interest is huge. We talked about that a couple of weeks ago, and so a big part of what we'll be trying to do as we gear up for these next years is identifying additional revenues so that we can not have people disappointed. And then finally, thanks, Susan. You know, so Audrey was involved big time in that. We also did a regional resilience assessment program with DHS on our water systems, both the culinary and wastewater systems in a post-earthquake type of a scenario. And I know that you guys have seen that data and how devastating that can be, but they're trying to build more resiliency into those things so that we won't be out of service for as long. And then finally, our multi-language media outreach coordination with Kenja. And Kenja, what we've experienced is she kind of works with everybody, and particularly with John and with Audrey and making sure that their programs are known. One of the things that we've really noticed this year as we've gone out and recruited these volunteers is that the diversity of our volunteers is just enormously changed. In fact, one time, this is kind of a sore spot for John, because she advertised for a Spanish language CERT class, and he likes to have between 20 and 30 students in a class, and we had, I think, 86 show up. He's going, I can't do that. And it's like, again, what a terrible problem to have that this is happening with that size and frequency. The amateur radio thing, she's been advertising that. We're actually going to start a ham radio training class. It's going to last several weeks. It's a full, you can take the class where you just learn to take the test and get your license, or you can learn to where you really understand the RF, and Marvin Match is teaching that for us, and it will be an in-depth class, so the people who go through that will be very able to help us out with this system. And then Kenja has now got she's had to have a crash course over the past year in all of the advanced public information classes and joint information system classes and stuff. She's done all that now, and so now the city is training our JIC, our Joint Information System, with city people, and that's moving along, including a number of your people on your council staff. But the other thing that I would just mention to you that's really, really important to us is we know that when you guys have an incident in any of your areas with your constituents, that you're going to be there. And you're going to be the first people come to and ask questions. And so in this training that we're talking about, we will be talking about how we want to bring you in. We actually have acquired some vests for everybody that says your name, the district you represent, so that people can see you in a crowd and know that it's you. And then the idea that when you first arrive, you know, either Cindy or Jennifer will call you and say, go to the command post that's at this location. And we'll do a full briefing. We'll talk about managing expectations, which is sometimes a big issue. You know, sometimes it's just bad and it's going to be bad, and we do the best we can, but you don't want to promise people it's going to be better than it is, those kind of things. But you guys are a huge part of that, because you're the first person that the media comes up and wants to talk to. You're obviously the community members that are living there, they're looking to you to be looking out for their interests and stuff. So I'm kind of excited about this training. I think that it's long overdue. In fact, I think when we first talked to Cindy about it was a year ago. So we're trying. Anyway, are there any other questions, or?
Andrew.
Thank you very much again, and I agree with what Lisa said earlier, that there's a large percentage of our population in our district, probably most of us, that still don't access internet resources very effectively or very frequently. And really the only way to get to them is something printed in their hands. I know it's incredibly expensive and difficult, but we are going to miss, especially the elderly population, are probably going to be missed in most of our outreach right now. The second question, though, real question I have is, talk to me about the interactive map you mentioned earlier. Is that currently available to the public to look at? Is that something you put up on an emergency basis?
That's not a public-facing map.
Okay, it's internal
The
facing.
interactive situational awareness map is for the city responders. And we do build it just on the same one that the public interacts with. It's just that some of the layers that we provide that show where things are going on. It's built on the same platform, but we show it there. It's important to note that as far as my instructions have always been from all of you, we're totally transparent. Unless it's some kind of a terrorist thing or something where there's some confidential information from law enforcement, we let people know what's going on. And our joint information system that Kenja runs will be accessing that map, and I think that we'll be probably moving that onto our website. The biggest problem is you got to know how to turn the layers off and on, or you'll get way too much, it'll overwhelm you. So you kind of have to look and say, okay, where are shelters, or okay, where are the open hospitals, or what's the
Yeah.
best?
So this is the same map that we're using for other city services. Just
Yeah,
your
it's
layers are
yeah.
put on it.
It's built in the same GIS. We just have about 96 different layers that we have for different functions. So firefighting has their layers, and search and rescue has theirs, and police have theirs, and water department has theirs.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Andrew. James, and then Aaron.
Yeah, I guess mine's more of a statement, and that's that John, when he's come to the West Side Community Council several times, and it is a thorough training that it's not even training, but it's just a show that he does. And I don't know, I guess this question's for John, is there an area in the city that still needs a lot more attention for community members? And if that's the case, what district is it so we can make that request? My second question would be, it always makes me nervous if something were to happen during the day, and how well are we aligned with Salt Lake City School District to make sure that we are in contact with them and with the kids during the school for the parents, and how we can help out with that?
Which one of those you want me to answer first?
Both. Doesn't matter. You take your pick.
Okay, I'll take the last one first. We're working directly with Salt Lake City School District. They've been one of our major, obviously from the beginning, the original agreement was signed between Salt Lake City, the Red Cross, and the Salt Lake City School District. So they've been, the district itself, especially the administration, has been involved from the beginning with Salt Lake City. And so, as a matter of fact, myself and Eric are actually sitting on the committee with the district right now in rewriting their entire emergency operations plan, as well as a representative from the police department and the fire department. So we're covering all of the bases. And actually, I think last time we had someone from public services there as well. But anyway, so we're intimately involved in coordinating this effort. What was the first question again?
First question is, which district needs the most
Oh.
attention?
I tell you, I honestly, all of them, but in different ways. I would say probably more likely all of the districts on the west side of I-15 primarily need probably the most. We need the most help there as far as getting the information out and education and getting people to show up. Part of one of the things is now that I've got all these kids placed, I'm going to start going back to each individual school, elementary school neighborhood, because that's how it's going to be easier to teach and train. Besides that, I want people to get used to going to the school that they would need to walk to in the case, in the event of the earthquake. But we're offering it both in English and simultaneously in Spanish. But one of the issues that come up, obviously, from the school district and talking to different people in the communities is like, well, will you provide child care so we can come to this? Because a lot of them, if they can't bring their children with them, they really can't come. It's not because they can't afford to, or don't have the option of not bringing their children. But I really don't know how else to stress that, but the city as a whole, now that we're ready to really start pushing this, it's equally as important, obviously, but I think probably the west side of the city will be probably the most labor intensive, I guess.
And I think that circling back to Councilmember Johnson's point about the literature and so forth, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, FEMA used to ship us boxes of brochures. They don't do that anymore now. They give you a PDF, and you can download it and you can print it. But when we talked to you a year ago about Kenja's position and bringing somebody on, one of the biggest barriers that we had with a lot of this was communications. When we would go out and talk to a school principal at some of our schools, and they'd say, 70% of these kids come from Spanish-speaking families. And while they do have some English skills and so forth, most of them watch their news and everything. So one of the things that Kenja has been doing is taking all of that literature, and we print it as needed. So if we're going to go do a fair, we may print 50 of this and 25 of this and do it so that we're not getting big bulk printing bills, but we're doing them as they need. But Kenja has also launched into a number of other languages and stuff. Maybe I'll just let her briefly tell you about that.
Okay, well, in regards to communities, I think each district has different communities, not only Spanish speakers, but refugees that come from all over the world. That said, elderly people, like Lisa was saying, you know, they don't use social media, so we need to a more one-on-one with them, as well as access and disabilities. So those have been a little bit hard to connect with them because I need to connect with whoever is taking care of them, which they're usually working or just taking care of them and not paying attention to whatever is going around in the city. That said, I think I need your help to know who are the leaders in your communities that actually connect with those minorities, either Spanish or whatever they come from, because in that way I can go ahead and then connect in person, which that's what I have found in minorities is the step number one. Otherwise, they won't really trust government right now. That's the truth.
One of the areas we're really trying to push to as we roll out the Safe Neighborhoods program in force is trying to encourage people who are bilingual to get involved, and that way they can be that bridge between, you know, the English, because, well, and I can't remember, it's maybe like Emerson Elementary, that one school, there's 63 different languages spoken, and so it's really difficult for us to translate into every language for everything that we need to do, so we're really pushing to get people who are bilingual from whatever other their first language is, and so they can help bridge that gap educationally as far as bringing on people who can help us get the message out.
So just to follow up, Mr. Chair, and that's for John and Corey and your group, is if you could come up with an idea, you know, if it's extra funding or what it is you're looking for to target that you need to make sure that those individuals are getting the information that they need or the training, come back to us and let's see what we can do to help you out with that.
Thank you.
Aaron.
I'll be quick. I wanted to thank you for sharing the updates. I think the ham radio training starts tomorrow.
Yes.
Yes.
And I want to I'm trying to encourage my oldest son to participate. My dad was a ham, and I took my Morse code classes when I was 11. But that. I've seen you on stage. You're a ham too. Oh, bam! I'm a ham here at this meeting even. But I think encouraging youth to participate in that ham communications, that is a very tech-savvy bunch of people and who has time and interest. And second, I think that speaking to what Councilmember Adams was talking about, reaching different segments of the population who aren't on social media, have we talked with our partners at churches?
Yes.
Yes.
And are they willing to share that information in their newsletters and printed, you know, neighborhood scale?
Yes, they are, and they like to do it as we go. So as John sets up a training in an area, to go to the church leaders in that area rather than doing the shotgun
And
approach. But
I'm
we've
thinking
talked
about
to-
the schools and is that the just-in-time component? The
Yes.
safe schools?
Yes.
That part too, which isn't really requesting attendance necessarily, but it's letting them know that
Well,
should
it is,
something
because
happen.
obviously, the more people that, there are so many different things that are gonna need to be done. This whole Safe Neighborhoods program is sort of the framework to bring all of those different components, whether it's CERT, VOAD, you know, amateur radio, it's to bring all of that stuff together so it can work as a group and seamlessly. So wherever your interest may lie, there's going to be enough to go around. I mean, when you consider that, you know, the elementary school boundaries are based on population, and so we've got 5,000 to 7,000 people in each elementary school neighborhood, and when you look at, you know, those numbers, how many people are going to need to be involved to take care of their neighborhood.
You might get 1% who participates in our engagement opportunities, but 100% who would need to show up if something
Right.
happened. So I just wanted to make sure that we're using those partnerships to share that messaging. Thanks.
Any additional questions or comments? Corey, thank you very much. Thank you and your staff for being here
Thank you
and
very
for all the
much.
efforts. Our next item agenda is an opportunity we have to do a little education. It's the city's financial advisor, but and they're going to be talking to us about some financial tools, particular bonding. John Crandall and Elizabeth Reed, I believe, are joining us. And they have a presentation. There's also a hard copy in your folders. Welcome. Thank you for being here today. Those microphones require that you act a little bit like a rock star and sing right into them, so keep that in mind. And I'll let you start in.
Great. Well, thank you. It's a pleasure. And do I need to pull it a little
Yeah, a
closer?
little bit closer. Thank you.
It's a pleasure and an honor to be here in front of you today. My name is John Crandall. I'm with George K. Baum Company, and to my right is Elizabeth Reed, also with George K. Baum. We've been the city's financial advisor since the fall of 2015. And since that time, we've had the opportunity to work with the city on a variety of different financings, including a general obligation bond refunding, some lease revenue bonds through the local building authority, and we are working on a public utilities financing right now. Let's see, any other ones that I missed? Tax notes. Worked on your tax notes as well. So we've had the opportunity to learn a little bit more about the city and about the financing tools and mechanisms that you use and that you have used in the past. We have sent to you through Jennifer, and hopefully you have that presentation, 2 presentations. One was more of a white paper, and that's called the debt management or a strategic debt management. That's a document that could be read and hopefully is fairly self-explanatory. We didn't plan on going through that, although we are happy to answer any questions you might have from any of the presentations. The other presentation is what we call the fundamentals of finance, municipal finance, and we intended to go through that document, or at least part of it. We understand that you have questions for us, and so we really want to take your direction as far as what you would like to review and what type of questions, and spend the time wisely as directed by you. So we have, again, the fundamentals of municipal bonds, and there are some of this information that is fairly fundamental and esoteric, and we could skip those parts. But please advise us, how would you like us to go through this? Would you like it for us to start talking about the city's outstanding debt, for example, and entertain questions, or what would you prefer?
Actually, I think it would be. It's been quite a while since we've had any conversation at a council level around bonding, so I think it's okay to kind of quickly go through your presentation, and just keep in mind in the fundamentals, just kind of review what you have, and if we need to, we can stop and ask you questions, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
I know we do have council members who have more specific, detailed questions, but I want to ensure that we're all on the same page and we all have the same understanding. So if you can kind of go quickly. And
Very
then,
good, yes, we will. So are you able to control that?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Great, so let's start with page 1 of the fundamentals of municipal finance in section 1. Municipal bonds, as you know, are an instrument between a borrower and a lender, similar to a traditional loan. A municipal bond is usually issued by a state or local government entity. You have to be a governmental entity for the bonds to be tax exempt. Now, some bonds can be used by other entities. Those are called conduit financing, and you've done conduit financing for a variety of different situations here in the city. The bonds usually have principal and interest. Principal is obviously the loan value, and the interest is what you're paying on the bond. Now, bonds are very different from a loan. When you have a mortgage, you borrow a X dollar amount, and it has a maturity date, and you pay the same interest for that entire period of time. Even though you make monthly payments, a portion of the payments go to reduce the principal, and a portion of that pays the interest. On municipal bonds, we have the fortune of structuring it differently, so we take advantage of different interest rates depending on how long the bond matures, and we'll talk a little bit about that in a little bit more. Let's go to page 6, Elizabeth. The three main types of municipal bonds are fixed rate bonds where the interest rate is set and does not change, variable rate bonds where the interest rates might change based on an index. That could be a daily index, a weekly index. A weekly index is more common, or a yearly index. Those are called variable rate bonds, so your interest rates adjust.
I just wanted to note that the city doesn't have any variable rate bonds at the
Right
moment.
now.
Yeah, right now.
But you've had some in the past. And then tax and revenue anticipation notes. The revenue anticipation notes are usually a fixed rate instrument that mature within 12 months, so it's not longer than 12 months. On page 8, this is a chart that illustrates,
Can I interrupt you for a second
bet.
and go back to the variable rate ones? All right, I'm assuming that we would only use those in times when the current rate is terribly high and expected to improve over time, or when have we used them in the past? Why would we ever use them in the future?
you can use, there are many different reasons why you might choose to use variable rate bonds. One of the most common reasons is that you have an asset that's an offset to the debt. So for example, say you have $100 million that you could use for a project, or you could keep that invested and issue variable rate for $100 million. And the investment and the debt are in the same kind of a mode, so the interest rates will move in the same direction. And thus, if you can earn more on your investment, you might consider to leave the money in an investment and access a variable rate bond. So that's one idea. The other idea is that you need some flexibility, like you said, with regard to when you want to take out the bonds. Say you want a real short call option. You issue bonds and you're not sure if you're going to have money in 3 years to pay it off, but you might, and so you might want the flexibility to pay that off early, and 3 years would be early. So there's lots of different variable rates. I don't think you would issue variable rate bonds, though, if your tendency or thoughts that rates are going to go up. That would be a situation when you would not issue variable rate bonds because you're subject to interest rate movements. You would consider issuing variable rate bonds if you thought rates were going to go down, and you can capture then the decrease in the marketplace.
Thank you.
So in conjunction with that, though, and I think you've advised us on this, and I know we've had a couple of opportunities to refinance some bonds because our interest rates had dropped significantly. And so there's, I imagine, some evaluation mechanism for when that's in the best interest of the city to do. But I'm also curious, I think I understand the tax and revenue anticipation. You said 12 months. Don't we typically do that every June in anticipation of revenue that we're going to see in the next year? So that's something we do on an annual basis.
Correct.
Yes.
And the notes actually mature within 12 months. So it's what I meant to say was the notes mature no longer than 12 months.
Thank you.
And did you want to mention anything, Elizabeth, about refundings and the analysis to look at refundings? We have done some refundings for you recently. One is the general obligation bond, which you approved.
Just last week, and that will close in April. So we monitor those on a regular basis.
So the city, I think, historically has found it challenging to monitor all of our bonds and where we might save money. I mean, is that a part of your responsibility now as our financial advisor? Because I know we've been doing more of that in the last 4 years. I think part of that's because the interest rates have fallen so low. But I also have the sense that somebody, I think it might be you, is monitoring those a little more closely so that we really do look at opportunities to save some money over time.
I'd like to say that it is because of us, but I don't think that would be totally honest. I'm sure that your previous financial advisor also monitored this, and your staff does a really great job at monitoring this as well. We have a debt outline of all the city's debt.
So you manage, you follow our entire portfolio.
Constantly monitoring it for
Is that
interest rate
all city
savings.
debt, including enterprise fund debt? Is that public utilities, airport,
All the cities.
RDA?
The airport.
Not the airport.
We're
And they
not-
do it independently.
Right. So we're engaged to help the city with the RDA, enterprise funds, GO bonds, lease revenue bonds.
And general
sales
fund.
tax bonds.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
But we are monitoring that constantly. And there are lots of things that go into a refunding, when the bonds can be called, what the current interest rates are, how long the escrow would need to be, what the costs are. For example, Elizabeth, I know on this last general obligation bond, the threshold was set at $300,000 for a net present value savings. I think the ultimate savings was closer to 375.
Yeah, 375.
And that was after all costs of issuance. So we, always monitoring that, yes.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Maybe turning to page 8. This is a graph that we have really seen come into play here in Utah with regard to construction inflation versus bonding interest rate. And since the first of the year, we have raised several $100,000 for our school district clients. School districts have been very active in the municipal finance world right now as they are building their schools, and there's a big need for building schools. But what we are seeing from last year, our school district clients are seeing a 10 to 12% cost in the overall cost of a new high school, for example. So when you're talking about a $60 million project that just increased $6 million or $8 million, that's a big chunk. And so that's one of the considerations on whether you issue bonds now, when you issue bonds, what your construction project is like, and is it ready to go. This graph, from my experience, and I've been in the business for about 30 years, illustrates that construction costs are a much more heavy influencing factor on capital improvement costs and bonding costs or interest rates. Interest rates have been very low for quite a while.
Do you anticipate, as we see, because I think this is a national trend, or seems to be, as we're out in the bond market for the airport, for example, we saw some pretty significant increases in construction costs. Do you expect that the bond interest rate modifies based on those the activity around construction? I'm not asking you to look into your crystal ball, but I sort of am. It's hard to say that bond rates have anywhere to go but up,
Right.
Because of where they are. But is it tied to construction costs or the demand for construction? Maybe that's a better way to phrase it.
I think that all plays into the economic indicators that affect interest rates. Janet Yellen met last week at the FOMC, and she mentioned that there might be up to 2 rate increases for 2017. She said as soon as the metrics are met, that the committee will vote to increase interest rates. So there's another indicator. We look at indicators every single day, and there's another indicator called the future Fed funds rate. And basically, it's a derivative trading on future federal funds increases. So you can buy a derivative based on what you think will happen in the future. And where those prices on those Fed funds go is a good indication of maybe what the market thinks, and that is going up. So I think we believe interest rates are going up. How quickly it happens, it's unknown. I think there's probably, from what we read, at least one increase, and that's based on what's happening in the economy, including construction. So every Friday, there's something called the Friday employment situation that talks about unemployment. That's a big number for the Fed to look at with regard to the health of the economy, and that also helps with regard to interest rates. So it's I don't have a crystal ball. I wish we did, but I think that it is probably a sound statement to say that rates will be within a tight bandwidth up and down for a little bit, but they're going to be trending upwards, for
Mr.
sure.
Chair, may I jump in? Sorry, Priscilla. We have a few big capital projects, as we always do, coming up. One with that we're talking about tonight, again, I think with the fire station, another fire station, and then another fire station after that, not to mention the airport, and probably others that we'll be looking at in the budget. So I'm wondering, right now I just want to throw it out there to Mary Beth and John about that I'd like to see from our internal finance department how this analysis, I'm sure they're well aware of the increase in construction costs and what our current contingency usually is. I had a question about that just recently that they answered for me, whether or not we're budgeting for sufficient contingency. So my question is, for our people in city administration about if we are adjusting that appropriately for future capital projects, and that if we could get an update in any form, I think it would be very helpful before we get into the budget and we look at those numbers on the individual projects. Thanks.
We are getting ready to price your next fire station bond, LBA, fire station number 14. What date is that pricing?
March 21st.
March 21st. Issuing debt on page 9, there's lots of broad range of projects, including buildings, streets and roads, water and sewer, cultural and sports, housing, private activity bonds, and conduit financing. I think you've probably experienced all of those here at the city.
Mr. Chair, can I just ask a question? John, we talked a little bit about this, I think, when we had small meeting, when I had the opportunity to meet with you, which is why I pushed to do this publicly, because it was so helpful. And I don't know if this is the right time to ask this, but one thing that I'm interested in, that we've done a little bit of research on, is the potential of inviting residents of Salt Lake to purchase our Salt Lake City bonds. And I know it's a little bit tricky, and it probably is a little more costly. Is it cost prohibitive to have residents of Salt Lake participate in those bonds and have them be able to benefit both by the finished product and by feeling some ownership that they invested in it? Is that just crazy?
No, would you like to answer? You want me to? No, go ahead. Not at all. They're often called mini bonds, and there are several cities that have done the mini bonds. And the reason they use mini bonds is they have a denomination of, rather than 5,000, that have a denomination of maybe $100 or $500. I think the bottom line is that it will cost more. The mechanism to issue mini bonds is more costly to raise money than through the other processes you have. But I think in this particular case, Councilperson Adams,
You can call me Lisa after all these years.
What's that?
You can always call me Lisa.
Okay,
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry. That's exactly.
I've known him since he was a pup, so.
It would be, would you be serving your other goal of having citizens have ownership in the financing? So if that was a primary goal, and that would need to be your primary goal or something like that in order to go down the mini bond program, because it's really not a very efficient, and it's a little more costly.
In terms of a little more costly, like
Interest
enough,
rate and cost to put it in place.
okay, but enough that it should be something we shouldn't consider at all, or if you could do part of the bond that way, could that be an efficient way to?
And that's, as an example, Denver's done a couple mini bond programs. Their latest one they did for about 12 or 14 million. It was part of a larger project, a $100 million project, but for their goal was to get the involvement, and so they targeted about 12 million to be in this mini bond program. It is an arduous process, and it will take a fair amount of time from the treasurer's office and those keeping track of who are the owners and the payments and things like that. But it can be done, and
Okay.
it won't be the first time.
Thank you for answering that.
And John, Lisa tried to pin you down. I'll try harder. Any sense of a factor of increase in expense? I mean, are they twice as expensive to issue as a typical bond, or?
Was it about 50 basis points more?
I think in the rate was set well in advance of the sale of the bonds. And yeah, it was.
It's just a totally different way to sell bonds. And it is, let me explain, when you sell municipal bonds, you have an order period of about 2 to 3 hours. And if you sold, for example, the airport sold their bonds. They did a lot of work, but they had an order period of about 2 hours, and they sold over $1 billion of bonds. They came in big chunks of orders. You know, you had $50 million orders at a time. When you sell mini bonds, you take a period of 30 to 45 days. You set an interest rate that is above market, and it's a dollar amount that an investor can understand. So, for example, if it's a $500 bond, you're going to sell the bond for $500. An institutional investor, you might sell the bond for $520, or you may sell the bond for $480, depending on the coupon and where you can get the lowest interest. So because of that inflexibility and how long it takes in advance, it's going to be, maybe 50 to 75 basis points higher. The Denver City mini bond program was closer to 50 or 75 basis points higher than their other borrowing.
Yeah, and it's my recollection that when they issued the 80 to 100 million, it cost the same amount as the 14 million in costs of issuance.
That's true.
I think it would be worth, though, asking Denver if they felt like it was, talk to someone in Denver and see if they felt like it was worth the hassle and the expense in terms of the involvement of their citizens.
Well, and Lisa, I asked because I can imagine in certain types of bonds, it might be an interesting approach to get buy-in from the residents. I mean, that's the angle that
Exactly.
that's the asset it provides, is the buy-in from the residents. So,
It can be done.
thanks.
Okay, thanks.
On page 11, we have outlined just some of the security for the bonds. General obligation bonds or revenue bonds. General obligation bonds, as you know, are full faith and credit. This is required voter approval. And there's a statutory limit, which Elizabeth will talk a little bit about. Other tax-backed obligation bonds include sales tax bonds. And you've issued sales tax bonds before. We did a sales tax bond late in 2016. It was for refunding, for interest rate savings. Special purpose districts, tax notes we've talked about, tax increment, and tax allocation bonds, which the RDA does. Revenue bonds includes a variety on page 13 of a specific stream of revenues. So this would include your enterprise funds, your utilities, that has a specific stream of revenues to pay the debt service.
John, we have about another less than 20 minutes. So I just want you to be able to time your
Thank you.
presentation knowing that.
I'd really love to have Elizabeth talk about your outstanding debt. I think that would get more to some of the specifics. So if you wouldn't mind, could we skip to page 17? Switch?
Yeah, I've got it. So here we've provided a chart of the city's outstanding debt as of June 30, 2016, and this just illustrates the types of bonds the city has outstanding, which mostly consist of your sales tax revenue bonds and your general obligation bonds.
Does not include the airport or RDA.
Yeah, it does not include the airport or RDA. And the next page, page 18, is the same information, just illustrated in a table so that you can see the annual payments for each of those pledges.
But this does include public utilities as well.
It includes public utilities, but not the new issue that will be priced next week.
Okay.
So this is as of June 30,
This
2016.
is current debt.
Current, yes.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I think this is sometimes a useful chart to point out who pays on each of those bonds, because they're all city bonds, but they have different payment sources. So there's how the bonds are secured, but then there's like who pays the bonds. So I don't know if you guys are comfortable walking through that, but
Well, we have, and I'll move.
yeah. So like the general obligation bonds are paid by taxpayers directly.
Right, and I'll go into that a little more.
Right. Perfect.
Here, we'll start with general obligation bonds. So we have here the metrics of the capacity for the city, and it's based on the city's market value. And it's 8% and that consists of 4% of general projects and 4% water and sewer projects. So currently, the city has additional capacity of over $2 billion, of which you have $140,590,000 outstanding. And below, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Elizabeth. Is that just a industry standard, or 8%?
That's a statutory limit.
That's a statutory limit. And so how does our credit rating follow that bond capacity? I mean, assuming the more debt we have, the more risky our credit rating
Correct.
becomes over time. But would it? I mean, no one's talking about maxing out our 8%.
Right.
But at what point do we need to be concerned that our credit rating might be influenced by the amount of debt we're carrying?
Well, we work with the staff to evaluate what the needs are and what the capacity would be for the projects that you have. So, I mean,
On page
I mean-
26, if we just skip there, that your debt per capita is a very important metric for your rating with geo bonds. So, for example, even though 8% of fair market value is a statutory limit, I think your question is, how would that affect our bonds rating? Well, first of all, congratulations, you have AAA, great ratings. You're the best. That's right, you're the best. And it's important that if that's a goal to maintain that, then we better understand where the metrics are to maintain that. So you're on page 26, it's a comparison of the city to other AAA rated cities, and you can see the debt per capita number there. That's an important metric to compare to your peers with regard to your rating. So these cities are your peers because they have also AAA ratings. So at an $805 per person, you're on the low end of your peer group in the AAA. So you do have some flexibility to increase your debt per capita and still maintain your AAA rating.
John?
That's a primary indicator.
What about that third AAA, the Fitch one, that we don't have?
What about it?
Yeah.
The ratings, the rating is a consumer-driven decision. There's a strategic approach to buying ratings, because what you're doing when you obtain a rating, you're paying a fairly healthy fee for this independent rating to come in. And so the analysis is, what is the value for each rating that you seek? And since you have AAA ratings from Moody's and S&P, the two primary rating entities, a third rating from Fitch adds no value to the bond pricing. I'm completely comfortable that the city would obtain a AAA rating from Fitch should you ever elect to pursue a rating from Fitch for GEOs. But we just haven't used that, or the city hasn't used it. It's been an economic decision. So would that extra money be of value? Would you recover the extra cost in lower interest rates? And the answer would be no, you wouldn't, because you'd already have an S&P at Moody's.
So it wouldn't impact our rate because it's just one more verification of what we already know? Is that, okay.
But when I look at the 5 cities in that grouping that have that, rather that have all 3 ratings, we definitely have some really similar populations.
Yep.
And I guess I'm just wondering at what point it becomes worth it, and what kind of critical factors, as we look at a growing population and different, being a capital city and the doubled population on a work day. I guess I'm wondering, looking into the future, what kind of triggers might cause it to be a benefit?
I think, again, I don't have any doubt that you would be rated AAA by Fitch had that rating been requested. I think that one factor might be, let's say Moody's decides to rate you a AA1 instead of AAA. Then we might want to go to Fitch and have their AAA in addition to S&P's AAA and the Moody's AA1. There might be a value at that point in time for the Fitch. As from an pure economics, there hasn't been a value to the Fitch, but there might be at some point in time. And it's interesting, you raise a really astute question about ratings. Ratings are a strategic decision. You go to the rating agency where you can get the highest rating so you can get the lowest cost of capital. And the rating agencies have different criteria, and they view debt and the different pledges differently. For example, sales tax bonds, S&P has a much greater regard for sales tax than Moody's. Moody's will always rate sales tax bonds about one notch lower than S&P. So why go for a Moody's rating when you're going to have a higher S&P rating? Maybe you can just get away with the Moody's rating and get your lowest cost of capital, even though you could get a Moody's AA1, which is a great rating, but if you had an S&P AAA, then you have split ratings, and investors will likely price the bonds to the lower rating. So it actually might cost you a little bit. So it is a decision. The ratings and which rating agency to pursue is a strategic decision based on their rating criteria.
So should the portfolio of our bonds and bond types change, could that be a trigger for us to desire that additional
Sure,
rating?
absolutely, you bet.
And it seems like an increase in GO bonds could be one of those triggers.
That could be, and you know, another big driver would be the sentiment of investors. Investors, again, ratings are for investors. They provide comfort to the investors that an independent review has occurred and that this is what that review is. Fitch might have their stock might go up in the marketplace for whatever reason. And so then a Fitch might become more desirable than a Moody's or S&P. And so that's another reason why a Fitch might be helpful. But we can absolutely, if it's the wish to get a Fitch rating, that would be no problem. Fitch is very familiar with the city. Which credits does Fitch rate us now?
The LBA,
LBA, we have a Fitch rating.
and I think that's it.
Anyway, so I think that Fitch would be, we could absolutely pursue that if
I
that's.
think it's well beyond my pay grade to request such an action. And yet, I think as we consider different funding scenarios for our priorities this year and going forward, that let's remember to ask the question as we consider those different bond mechanisms of whether or not we should have experts like these two tell us if it's time to request that different rating.
Thanks.
So we'll move on to page 20, which,
And so you know, we don't have page numbers on our
oh, you don't
printed
have page
handout.
numbers?
Oh, they're just tiny. If
Oh,
you
they're
could just
tiny?
say the heading, it would help too.
Okay, so it's
Because some of them it's kind of fuzzy.
okay, so Salt Lake, it's all under the city's outstanding debt, and this is the sales and excise tax revenue bonds.
Maybe I can't
Yes,
see blue.
Page 20.
The blue and the white. Let's just,
And this, so currently, the maximum annual debt service of the sales tax bonds is about 13.5 million. And the pledge for those revenues is the sales tax, which in 2016, you had 87 million. So the debt service coverage on those bonds is about 6.45 million. And again, we've listed the currently outstanding bonds below there.
A point to make on the sales tax is that you have excellent coverage, you have excellent ratings. Your coverage is well in excess of your additional bonds test, which is 2 times.
So I think it's important as we have this conversation to remember that just because your credit card lets you charge up to $25,000, you may not want to charge up to $25,000. And so keep in mind the factor of payment is an issue. Cash flow, as we, is the lingo, I guess. But at some point, we need to talk about how that factors in as well, too. So I don't know if you're looking at that or...
That's important to consider because what we show here is your first lien on sales taxes is the bonds, and you have those sales taxes beyond that programmed, and that's obviously not shown here.
On the next page, we have your lease revenue bonds. And those are your primary governmental projects that fit well with this pledge, including the 2 libraries and the fire stations. And those are subject to annual appropriation. Next, we show the water and sewer revenue bonds, which has great coverage, and they have provided a great capital plan for their future financings. This does not include the upcoming transaction, but they still will maintain. You'll still maintain great coverage.
And the ratings the correct ratings are AA1 stable from Moody's and just AAA, excuse me, from S&P stable. Those were just recently renewed as of today and Friday. Again, congratulations, very, very high grade ratings.
Next, you have your motor fuel excise tax bonds, and you only have one transaction outstanding. These bonds can only be issued for 10 years, and you currently have approximately almost 4 million available in capacity.
And I'll just pop in here. The way that the council sees Class C funds is actually essentially folded into the general fund budget. So while motor fuel excise tax bonds can only be paid with Class C funds, the way the council sees Class C funds is usually in the context of the CIP budget, which kind of feels like the general fund budget, but it actually is sort of a subset of funds that is used to either fund this debt service or road projects.
And then the city's outstanding special assessment area bonds, which those will be paid off in 2019. So you haven't issued any new special assessment area bonds since 2009.
So on the next couple pages, we already looked at page 26, which is how Salt Lake City compares to its peers with regard to general obligation bonds. The following page is how does Salt Lake City compare to its peers with regard to sales tax bonds. And again, these are AAA rated entities. One of the AAA rated entities here is Salt Lake County. Their sales tax bonds are AAA rated. They have 115 million thereabouts now, but they are issuing an additional 53 million this spring. So they'll have more than the city has outstanding. But you can see some of the metrics there with regard to sales tax bonds. The next section, section 6, talks about bond ratings, and I'm not sure if you would really like to get into this discussion. This is definitely helps with some, if you can't fall asleep, read this section. This will help you fall asleep. Bond ratings.
Evening reading, that's what you're
Evening
suggesting?
reading, yes,
Okay.
absolutely. And then we have in section 8, bond pricing. If you want to know how bonds are priced, we certainly could talk about that, or bond structure, why bonds are structured a certain way, or a little bit more about interest rates. So those are the final remaining sections.
I think if you don't mind, we'll just open it up for questions. I think some council members have questions or comments around bonding, so if that's okay.
You bet, absolutely.
Now, I hope somebody has some questions or comments, so maybe not. Lisa?
Here I do. Is there any particular thing that you would advise us not to use a bond for? I know there's some things by law that we cannot use it for, but is there something that raises a red flag for you so that we don't waste time having conversation about, oh, we can bond for this, and then we come to you and you say, you can, but it's a bad idea. So I'm looking for you to help us avoid
I
the
would
cliff.
say that things that have, you would not want to bond for things that have a short useful life. If the useful life is less than the bond amortization, that's a red flag and a bad idea. I think recreational projects are hard to bond for. You have to be careful in not only how you sell it, whether it's a GO bond or a sales tax bond, but they can get difficult to do. I can't think of anything else. Lisa, do you have any in mind that?
No, not particularly, but I know when we were talking about doing bonding for recreation that we had experts who would say to us, now remember, you can't pay for this, this, and this because it goes away so quickly through bonding. So we have a great help in Jennifer, but I just wanted to know if, in the landscape out there, if there was something, and you hit that one right on the head, so.
Computer leases, equipment leases, maybe depending on the size is best used through more of a traditional leasing mechanism through the vendor or the bank leasing rather than bonding. Can you think of anything else?
Okay,
That's
thanks.
a great question. I'll think about that.
And Aaron said something I was just thinking about too. I would think maybe for a fleet, it's not a good idea because as soon as you drive it off the lot, we know the car has lost half its value, right? So probably something that is that expendable, even though we drive things for a long, long time in the city.
And that's a case where the city actually utilizes the bank itself, just like you would have a payment plan to purchase a car in your own life. That's essentially what the city does with most of the fleet purchases in the city. So,
Thanks so much.
Other questions? Andrew?
This might be a little higher up the ladder here, but are there any problematic relationships in any of the parties involved in our bonding at this point, as far as some of the people consulting and kind of getting profits off of them, sort of thing, the investment? Because I wonder sometimes about the ratings agencies and their relationship to the financial institutions backing these.
That's
Thoughts on that level?
Yeah, that's a great question. And it actually was a concern of our Congress, and they created the Wall Street Reform Act of 2010. And as a result of that, there have been a huge amount of regulations and new regulations and rules and laws, including laws on the rating agencies. And they put up a lot of different walls and barriers for the analysts and the business people within the rating agency. And it's created a lot of different regulation on all participants, really, in the municipal finance world. For example, financial advisors. We have a much stricter set of requirements than we used to. Financial advisors would never be able to purchase your bonds for their own account, ever. And that would be a huge conflict and a violation. Rating agencies, when we talk to the rating analysts, we can't ask the rating analysts what the fees would be for the rating that we're applying for, nor can we ask the rating analysts, well, what if we changed this legal covenant? Or what if we did this tweak to the structure? We just have to put our best foot forward, and they will rate what we put forward. That's a new change since 2010. So I don't, as far as any bad relationships or concerning relationships, I know of none that you have. I think that from my experience, and Elizabeth pipe in as well, but I think you have great relationships with the rating agencies. I know the staff works very hard with regard to when we discuss and have calls with the rating agencies and presenting the credit to the rating agencies. Your bond attorneys, I think, are very good bond attorneys, and I see no problems or concerns with your different bond attorneys that you use. So I can't see of any sort of place where the city might be in danger or conflicted with regard to your municipal financing that we're involved with.
Okay. Thank you.
I do have two questions for you, John. One is that we've been having some conversations around some models that other cities have implemented, in primarily in regards to either housing or infrastructure needs, where they've done really quick turnaround bonding, where they've gone from the more traditional long-term 15 or 20-year bonding to like a 5 or 8 year, where they turn it more frequently. Any advantages or disadvantages to that shorter term model? My understanding is that it's designed for a couple of reasons, but partly in some situations they go out to the voters whenever they renew the bonding, and so they've made a commitment that they will check in on a regular basis to see that it's still a priority with the voters. Thinking of housing in Seattle in particular, where they're doing that. But any pros or cons about sort of a short-term turnaround when we're talking about infrastructure, those kind, or housing potentially investments?
You know, I can say, and Elizabeth, feel free to also answer, I can't think of anything about the housing. I need to look into the Seattle housing reference. I can tell you that the state of Utah has a rule of thumb that their bond issuance is somewhere between 10 to 15 years and no longer for their general obligation bonds. That's more of a preference than any sort of a hardwired idea that it's 20 years or not longer than 20 years. They've also been running up against their constitutional cap too, and so that's been a problem. I think it comes down to cash flow, and it comes down to which type of revenues. If you're talking about a general obligation bond, you know, I think the driving question that I would have, if you want to have a bond amortized over 6 years, that's going to put a much bigger debt burden in those 5 or 6 years versus a 15 or 20 year. And I think that would open up the philosophy on who's actually paying for this project. Is that the current users or the current ratepayers, or should some future ratepayers pay for that too? And I think that opens up that question about who should pay for these capital improvements. And I know it varies from government to government. Some governments say, you know what, we're going to use our cash and we're going to do pay as go and we're not going to debt, which puts all the burden on current users. And some will say, you know what, this useful life of this project's 30 or 40 years, we're going to have a 20-year debt service. And so those are choices that you all get to decide. But I'm not aware of the Seattle model, but I could look into it.
And I believe their model is tied specifically to a voter referendum, and I think the intent was to continue to go to the voters for moving it forward longer term. So, and my last question, and there's a lot of communities are being asked to or pressured to or entertaining the idea of divesting their fundings from things like fossil fuels or a whole host of companies. What does that look like when you're looking at debt? Because I imagine that they're all over the place in this debt. If you were to say, you know, I want to divest of this one particular company, it could be anywhere in this debt service. Is that accurate?
Yeah, you know, I've seen that a little bit in public power. So where municipalities own their own power system, divesting from where they're buying their resource from. That's definitely something we've seen and continue to see. As far as your debt portfolio, I think I'd be hard pressed to come up with an idea of how you could diversify away, what specifically you'd do to diversify away from fossil fuel, for example. I would have to think about that, I guess. Anything come to your mind?
No.
That's a great question. I'll have to think
So
about that.
I'm just aware that a lot of communities are having that conversation, and some are actually pursuing that conversation of a specific company or a specific type of industry that they're divesting of or not allowing to invest within the future. So I just would be curious as what the mechanisms might be for monitoring that. I don't know. I have no idea what that looks like.
Is that more on the investment side, where they're not choosing to invest in certain?
I think it's on both sides. I think it's on the investment side, but I think it's also on the finance side too, because there's some return there. The example I'm seeing is with a pipeline, for example. There are communities that are being asked to divest of any of the companies that are invested in pipelines. So I don't know what that looks like or how that process even might work. But I certainly see where on an investment side, it would be easier to manage and monitor. But on a debt service side, it seems problematic, challenging.
Yeah, it would be challenging. There are some things that you could enhance your conservation by issuing green bonds, and a green bond is a bond that meets certain standards and qualifications with regard to the project.
And it limits our pool then, or does it limit our pool?
It actually enhances your pool of investors.
Okay.
There are some funds out there that just invest in green bonds.
Okay.
And it's kind of a conservation fund idea, and so people invest in the fund because they only invest in green bonds, and if we create a green bond, then that fund is interested in the green bond.
I'd be curious on what that might look like.
It's mainly to deal with like LEEDs programs. So if you had a capital project that was qualified from a conservation standpoint, then we might be able to qualify it as a green
And
bond.
I can imagine if we went down some bonding for housing and we wanted to set a lead criteria for our housing investments, that would be okay.
Yes.
But that's looking inward at our values in our projects. And you were talking about flipping it and the values in the purchasing of within the market, right? So
Right.
that's a different question that I think we're over time today, but I am interested, Mr. Chair, in having more dialogue about our city's investments, probably mostly through URS, in the many degrees of separation between my paycheck and or my 401k investment here at the city and where the dollars end up.
Right.
But that's a different value stream than
Right.
our own projects here.
And a very complicated evaluation because it reaches into everything, and I'm very aware of that. So thank you very much for your time. We really appreciate it. I think this has been helpful, council members. I'm looking for at least some sort of nods or something like that. Of course, I've had lots of caffeine, so I'm fine. No, I'm kidding. Appreciate your expertise. Thank you very much for your time today.
We're happy to talk about bonds and finance anytime.
I know, and that's disturbing a little bit. So,
It is.
are you the guy at the party that would want? No, I'm sorry.
No. Yeah, you want to avoid me at a party. That's right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Our next item on our agenda is the East Bench Master Plan. We'll be joined by the Knicks and Wayne. The Knicks are joining us, and I think Wayne is joining us as well. So, who's taking the lead on this, Nick? Tarbett, are you?
And obviously you can see, unfortunately, we're wearing the same color shirt, so this makes it even more awkward.
I expect nothing less when you're presenting at the same time. So I'm glad you coordinated that. Thank you.
That out of the way. If it's all right, I can step us through this. What we have is 5 straw polls. We just needed clarification of what the council's ultimate decision is on these 5 items. 2 are specific text changes. Then there's 2 items that were identified for follow-up. We just wanted to make sure that the council was okay with what's already in the existing plan. And then the final one is just the big implementation question. If there's any projects that the council specifically wants to identify of interest, knowing that the budget is coming up, just so that we can be aware of that and watch for that stuff. So I guess if we can just step through that, was that all right?
Actually, before we do that, Nick, I just would like to see if anyone has any general questions on the staffing report or any of those recommendations we're going to be looking at. Any broad generic things, Charlie?
Mr. Chair.
Nothing in particular, but I can, as we move forward, I can talk about a couple of different things.
And Lisa?
If I can successfully pull up my notes, which we've had an ongoing problem, that's why we've
Yeah, if I can
constantly
get
had
mine back, I had some
stuff.
questions.
We have some questions, and as if by magic, there they are. In discussing about the section that talks about basically ADUs, I can see how this could be really a positive. I'm a little bit concerned about how we make sure we aren't allowing too many. And we talked at one point of maybe saying, if we did a pilot with ADUs, of having a certain number in each district while we're doing that. That's one thought. Second is there any way that we can make these more about sort of a mother-in-law situation, helping with aging in place, than I'm going to Palm Springs for the winter. I'm going to rent out my basement to a bunch of nice members of Beta Theta Pi. And because I know them to be upstanding citizens, I won't have to worry about the 12 people who'll be coming all the time and parking on the street. And I am close to a transportation line. None of them intend to take it. So I'm just wondering if there's a way to find the balance of that. Because I know I have a constituent that calls me regularly about a rental property that is down the street that is a whole bunch of college kids that she said it's, when the Utes win. It's great, but it goes on for a long time. On the other hand, I have another neighbor who has a couple who live in her basement that help care for her, and she's in her 80s, and I think we want that. But I don't know how if there's a way to address that, to have it be balanced and not have it be discriminatory, not have fair housing issues, and also allow people to use their property in a way that they see fitting. So, and I think it's a good idea to have the language in there about close to transportation, but I'm a little bit worried that that there may not be taking advantage of that opportunity. And we found in the ADU ordinance that didn't necessarily work that well.
So before you respond, one of the things is challenging in this conversation is that we have an ADU conversation going on about an ordinance change, and we have an ADU component in a master plan. And this is the first time we've seen ADUs in a master plan. And so I'm going to go back to our previous conversation, which is, council members, I have just a little discomfort of being this specific in a master plan about a type of zoning we're going to lay over the area when we're still having that conversation at a city-wide level in the ADU ordinance. So I think it's odd that we call this out here, and I would be comfortable even removing the language for it, but I do find it odd that we do that, and I think it's entirely appropriate, the questions you're asking, Lisa, that those come up in that conversation around ADUs, because those are citywide issues.
Well, Mr. Chair, the reality is the questions that Lisa brought up are valid, and I think they do need to be addressed. I do know that with one piece of state legislation in particular, it is going to have huge impact on the ADU ordinance that we have in front of us that we're going to really have to look at and take into consideration, and that's the issue of Airbnbs. In state legislation, what the bill that's moving forward, what it says is that if you have a primary occupant of a home, they can lease part of their property for an Airbnb, which is precisely one of the concerns that I've had with ADUs in the first place, because of the fact that our ordinance spells out that an ADU, that someone has to live on site, it truly does open that door. So I think that, whatever, the ADU ordinance that we end up talking about, however that ends up looking, I think it is going to look substantially different from what we're talking about now because of the legislation that's moving forward.
Charlie, is there a 30-day limit on that?
Well,
at one point they talked about that.
They've talked about it, but again, how do you enforce that? And
right. Well, but
Will it be enforced?
yeah.
But
well,
I'm thinking if you'd really have the mother-in-law apartment situation where it is a caregiver who's there, I don't want them there for 30 days. I want them there
I think
forever.
that's more of a separate discussion as
all
we
about
get-
ADUs.
Yeah.
And let me see if I can clarify. Nick Norris, mother-in-law apartments, family members, those are all accommodated under our existing ordinance. There's no restriction that I'm aware of that would prohibit you from adding space to do caregiving. It's the whether or not you charge rent part. Is that correct? Other than some of our other ordinance things about square footage and lot size.
Yeah, I
and
think
some of those other
that's
things.
generally correct, as
Yeah.
long as that person fits within the definition of family. So either they're related or they're up to 3 unrelated individuals.
But what if they're not related and you've hired someone to take care of
You
your
can have
mom
up to 3
that are
non-related
unrelated?
people living in any
That's
dwelling
okay. I
unit.
should remember that.
So
I've opened a can of worms.
No, it's okay because I think that's a really important illustration to have how this gets confused sometimes. The ADUs get confused with legal versus illegal apartments, and that ADUs do not address illegal versus legal apartments, and it gets confused with this idea that somehow I can't bring in a caretaker or I can't bring a family member in to live in a mother-in-law, which actually you can under our current ordinance.
Yeah, the tricky part is whether or not you can create a separate unit for them.
Right.
Whether they're family or not. If it's a second unit, then it's a 2-family dwelling at that point, and if that zoning doesn't allow it, you couldn't do it.
So there's
Chair.
the ADA.
Meanwhile-
There's the ADA.
meanwhile,
usually.
back at the master plan.
Exactly.
To your point, Mr. Chair, I think that, this adds quite a bit of specificity that we don't normally see in a master plan, and especially when we don't have when the ordinance that we're talking about, including in the master plan, we don't really know exactly what it's going to look like. I think it makes more sense to pull it. It doesn't mean that by pulling it from the East Bench master plan that you're not going to have ADUs on the East Bench. I mean, that's a discussion that we can have at a later date. But I think spelling it out with the specificity that we have here doesn't make a lot of sense. And I would say the same thing for any master plan that we're talking about. I mean, just because you have an ordinance, I don't think you have to have it in the master plan.
Can I make
Sure,
a
Nick,
comment on
make a
that?
run at it.
So an ADU is a type of housing, and we mentioned every type of housing out there in our master plans. Just because we may not have it in some of our current ones, I do believe the Sugar House master plan actually has a reference to ADUs in it. I'm not as sure that the West Side master plan has that, but I think it does.
I've not seen that.
So it's not unusual at all to reference single family, two-family dwellings, multifamily dwellings, and new types of housing as they come up and become identified. And that's what we're doing here. I would argue the opposite of that, that if you want a certain type of housing in your city, the first thing to do is to create a policy about that, not to create an ordinance and then come up with a policy. And I think that's what the plans do. And what we are trying to do with this is help achieve some of our citywide housing policies that have been adopted by the city council, whether they're in Plan Salt Lake or even in our existing housing plan that now is 17 years old. But it's not unusual to do that. And it's in fact, I would say that it's a better decision-making process to create the policy, then go figure out the ordinance on how to do it to address the specific issues.
So I guess the response I would have is then you're okay having a very in-depth conversation about ADUs on the east side as part of this master plan moving forward.
Having an in-depth conversation?
Yeah, I suspect.
I think it's up to you to decide.
I
not
suspect
me.
there are a lot of people who are going to want to respond to that as part of the master plan, both ways actually. But I guess I'm still struggling, Nick, about where the appropriate. I think we have some simultaneous sort of policies moving forward, including our housing plan. It just feels like a little bit like cart before the horse, I guess. And I'll take into consideration your comments and see if I can get to a different place. Any other questions? General. All right, let's go through those issues that you want some feedback on, Nick.
So that's the first one.
You know what?
Well
Go to
done.
that second issue you want some feedback on, Nick.
This one's going to take the longest, I think. So, Mr. Chair, I would suggest that we do 2, 3, and 4, and 5, and then come back to it.
Okay, so item 2.
Yeah,
Is
that's
it-
what I would suggest.
Item 2 is a specific request from the community to add language related to the Sunnyside Park area. The community submitted so in your folders is also this straw poll attachment that we have. So the red text on the first page is the text from the community. The planning staff recommended some modifications to it, which are identified on the second page. It's generally the same thing, talking about the need to keep that area open space, but the planning staff changes it a little bit to say that if the baseball field goes away, then to work with stakeholders to acquire that. So we just were looking for which of these two options does the council support?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Charlie.
I think both options work. I personally would lean towards the first one that was submitted by the community, largely because of the second one seems very, very specific, and I think for a master plan, to Stan's earlier point, I mean, typically we look at this from a higher level, calling out, the baseball practice field, calling out, some of the specifics in the second. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but I think it creates an opportunity to get wrapped around the axle on some specifics. And I believe in master plans, it's more, master plans are meant to guide the process, and I think going with a less specific but saying the same thing, which the first does, could help prevent any potential hiccups along the way. So that's the one I'd recommend.
I do have a question before we straw poll this. So is it the proposal that the baseball actually be an expansion to the park? So are we proposing to acquire property, Or are we just simply expanding the use of the park and giving up property?
No,
And I
that-
think,
that's the part, that's the problem.
Yeah.
A lot of this is just an ongoing discussion right now at the university, that we're, I don't think anywhere near being close to deciding, but a lot of what the university, I mean, this is a request from the university to the city. The request is, what they're looking for is that they acquire part of Sunnyside Park. My concern with that is the lack of programmable open space on the east side. To give up any sort of property it just does not make sense to me.
So the
That's
community,
the issue I think that we don't really want to get into when we talk about the master plan.
and the community recommendation is to initiate and pursue acquisition of the land in between Sunnyside and Steiner. And the planning staff recommendation is more reactionary. If it does become available, then to work with stakeholders to acquire it. So we could even modify, if you're okay with 80% of the first one and want to change something, that can also be done as well.
I think the goal is to basically establish some direction for the city as to if, for whatever reason, where the current University of Utah baseball field is, if that ever were to leave, go somewhere else, build somewhere else, that somehow that piece of property be incorporated into what essentially has become a recreation corridor along that stretch. I think that's what we're all after.
right, and I think the concern I have is any conversation about giving up control of open space to another entity is a different conversation, and that's kind of what I've been hearing as that possible component in that conversation as well, is we may potentially make agreements to give up a portion of the park, at least either literally the property or control of the property to the university for programming, and I would have some reservations about that.
And I would say if we wanted to be even more direct, instead of on the first bullet should initiate and pursue acquisition, I'd even say instead of pursue acquisition to say acquire.
Aaron, do you have a comment?
I do. I think that the community language about recognizing that what we want to do is increase land in that area and not in any way compromise what we have, but our only objective is to grow there is missing in the staff language. So I don't want to lose that at all. I think that's the critical part. And it's subtle enough.
Yeah.
But I'm okay being more forceful about our desire to acquire too.
Mm-hmm.
So, council members, are you tracking where we are? We're on item number 2. We're looking at 2 options. That doesn't mean we can't combine them, but right now we have 2 options. One is a proposal by the community, which is the first option in red on my report. I don't know how it looks on yours. And then the second one, the Expand Sunnyside Park, is the response from the planning department, which is a little more directive about conversations with the university specific around baseball practice fields. Thoughts? You want to propose a straw poll, Charlie?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I would propose that we straw poll the community version, which is the first version of the 2.
All those in favor of supporting the community proposal for additional language indicate with a. That looks like it's unanimous. Okay, thank you. Let's move on to item number 2.
Can I ask one point
3.
of clarification?
Yes, please, Nick.
Do you want to add the language instead of and pursue acquisition of, change that to acquire the land? You'd mentioned that. Just want to.
Whatever everyone's comfortable with. I mean, I think either work. If you want to be stronger, we can be stronger. But I think what's written works.
Okay.
Yeah, we're okay, I think. Thanks, Nick. Thank you. Item number 3.
Okay, so these are the so-called easy ones. These were just identified. The council asked some questions about them during the briefing, and we just are highlighting what is already identified in the plan and if that language is sufficient to meet the concerns that the council expressed.
Is there anybody who has heartache about this language that's proposed for item number 3? Everybody's okay with that? Looks like we're good. Thanks, Nick.
But I do have a question.
Okay.
Do we have any these sound really great. Do we have any idea how this stuff can be paid for?
With the big pot of money the city has every year, right?
This
I
is a
mean,
master
these are-
plan. We don't have to pay for it.
Right, okay, yeah.
They're identified in the master plan, so when the CIP applications come in and stuff like that, that's
That-
how they can.
and that was actually one of the questions that came up was about implementation, so we can have a short discussion about
Because
that.
it's
I
great to
think.
adopt it, but if we can't ever implement anything, I'm concerned about that.
Well, to your question, Lisa, Mr. Chair, if I may, on this item in particular, I think that there are opportunities for additional funding. So we would want to look at using some city funding for wayfinding, but I know with the Foothill Cultural District, they've been actively looking at some branding opportunities as well. And I think that there are, that we ought to be looking at ways to partner with that group, with other groups as well to help fulfill that piece of the plan.
It's important to remember too, there's a long-range plan. Although we may not have money in 5 years, we have money in 10 or 15 years. A good point of that is, we have an open space plan that's identified the Trans Valley Corridor that was adopted in the 80s. It's 2016 and we're now doing the planning work for that. So it's important to keep these in the plan so that when we do get to the point where we want to prioritize that, it's there.
It's our target.
But you just said it'd take 40 years to do it. We'll talk. There's some phase in implementation perhaps for, sorry, I mean to give you grief there, but that's kind of what you said. Number 4, there's some language that is included there. Does anybody have any challenges with item number 4? Or does that language sufficiently cover the council desires?
And just for those in the audience who don't have the paper, this is referring to the Bonneville Shoreline Trail.
Thanks, Nick.
And I don't have a problem with the language, but again, I'm concerned about implementation. I know, there's $7 million that we have on the table right now in another part of the city that I could see using to purchase Bonneville Shoreline Trail up there, up above St. Mary's. Why not, Just, I can't help being a smart aleck on that, but I am just, do we have any, I know a master plan is general, but are there, in the discussions, are there some specific ideas of how to make it a reality to get the Shoreline Trail across Oak Hills and St. Mary's and down? Or is it just a nice wish?
Yeah, I think part of the
Private land.
issue up there is where the city boundary ends. And most of it ends essentially at those property lines. And so one of the benefits of putting something in the plan is that when particularly the county comes in and tries to fill the gaps of that trail, the city can demonstrate that they're supportive of that, even though it may be outside of our city boundaries. The other part is that some of those, when they come to annex in, they may have some open space dedication, some steep slope, things like that, where maybe we can at least acquire easements and things like that to help with those connections.
I think a good example of that is the Parley's Point annexation area, where we've had in plans the same exact thing to try to connect the trail, and through that annexation process, we negotiated and got a trail easement. So at some point, we'll have a trail through there.
Chair, a clarifying question. So where the property, so while the city boundary oftentimes ends at the property, at an individual's property line, I know that there's been some confusion in the past about who the entity is that owns, right behind that property line. So is it the county, the city, or not the county, not the city, is it the county, or is it the Forest Service, or?
It kind of varies all along
everything?
that eastern edge. In some cases, it's the federal government, it's the Forest Service. In some cases, it's, I think, actually, I'd have to take a look at that map. There might still be a little bit of private property that extends out. But for the most part, it's Forest Service land.
Okay, so not county.
Right, I don't think there's any county-owned land, but it's county jurisdiction.
Okay, thank you.
So any other concerns or comments about item number 4? Are we good with that? Do you want to, I don't see any objections, so thanks. We're moving forward. Number 5.
And number 5 is the question about implementation. So it's just kind of a standard when discussing master plans. We say, in the past we've adopted and then just left them. That we've got to do. Does the council want to do something that can help kick them off, get them going, show the community that they're being helpful? So we're just checking with the council if there's anything that you've identified in reading this or through the public process of interest.
Aaron?
Yeah, I think it would be really a potentially productive discussion to have this on our agenda and open with the work that we did on the West Side Master Plan, because we put a lot of effort into actually doing something from the beginning there. And if there's any, I'd like an update on the projects, even in a briefing format, but to learn if they were the catalyst that we hoped they would be, and if there's, by which measures we are tracking that. And then I think it would be useful to then overlay our activity, financially speaking, there with this new master plan here. And I think the wayfinding is probably a really affordable beginning, but not necessarily the number one catalytic and maybe financially feasible opportunity that we have. So could I request that?
Thanks, Aaron. I'm going to go Lisa and then Charlie.
The one thing that I think would be helpful on this, where we talk about the potential rezones, is for you maybe to provide for us a list of what would need to be rezoned and what that would look like. I need a refresher of what those are so that we can look to see if they're rezones that we're comfortable with, or if we're redoing things we just barely have done. Thanks.
Thanks, Lisa. Charlie?
I just want to thank Aaron for bringing that up. I think that's a great idea. And it wouldn't just be this master plan, but I think all of the master plans that we have, I think it makes sense, because we did try some new things with the West Side Master Plan. I too would like to hear an update on that. And I think to Lisa's questions, that can be done at the same time that we're reviewing the plan. What I really don't want to do, though, is delay adopting this plan. I still think we want to move forward and adopt the plan as we have it tonight. But for all of our plans, I mean, they need to be much more dynamic than I think they have been in the past. And that's what, I think the way that this was written, that's what I really like about it, is it does allow for more of a dynamic implementation. We're seeing that from the West Side Master Plan, and I think, looking at all the master plans would allow us to pull them off the shelf more often, so that they don't just sit there and collect dust for a long time. So I like that. Thank you.
Can I tag on that? I know that there's that implementation matrix in the appendix here, and I would like us to request of the administration what their suggestions are for with regards to that matrix when we have that discussion.
Thanks. I appreciate that, and I think that's appropriate. Nick and Wayne. I just don't recall when we did the implementation for the West Side Master Plan, how much of that we incorporated in the master plan process and how much that we did after we adopted the master plan. And so I would hope that we could replicate that process, and I think you have, but we might want to get a little more specific in our implementation.
Yeah, and I can give you a summary really quick of what we did with the West Side Master Plan. Is that we took that document and got it through the Planning Commission and to the City Council before we even started putting together the implementation appendix, which really is just kind of a list of the things that are identified in the plan in a table form, and then identifies kind of the realities about getting it done. And it's a much shorter list than what we've seen in other plans, primarily because one of the things that we found when we've looked at some of our older plans is there may be 100 things in there to do. And they set up an unrealistic time frame, short-term, mid-term, long-term. It's like, well, some things are so big and take so long that it's going to take us 20 years to get those things done, right? Other things are relatively quick, and if we set an artificial time frame to those, it almost means, and what we found is that we never got to the big stuff because we were focused on the short-term things for so long, and it takes us so long to get some of those things done that it just wasn't. So what we try to do is, with our implementation section, is create a matrix that balances out the amount of money required, the time that it would actually take to do it, the level, I think the other two are staff resource required, and community resource too, because there is some community, obviously there's a certain level of engagement and things like that involved in all of those things too as a follow-up. And so that's kind of the approach we took. And then those were all kind of determined by all the various city departments. So we sat down with everybody that had some role, whether it's planning, public utilities, parks, transportation, public services, and we all figured that out together. And so I would imagine that that is the same, and I believe we've taken the same approach with the East Bench plan to do that.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Lisa.
I want to thank Wayne for the amazing job he's done working on this. I've been in a number of the meetings with him, with the East Bench folks, and he has really done a terrific job, and I think everyone appreciates that. We haven't talked about Parley's Way corridor, which is in my district, and we talked about it a few weeks ago when we were discussing this, and I think it would be good for us to look again closely. You had several ideas for what to do at 23rd East, where Parley's Way connects into 21st South, and I know Andrew was a big proponent of the roundabout, and because that's such a huge intersection, and I think, and I don't remember if we put numbers by any of those options, other than this is expensive, this is less expensive, and if it's possible, maybe to have some numbers in there to adopt some of those. And I know, again, master plan is high level, but I don't know that we've ever really settled on what we're doing on that intersection.
Are you saying numbers as far as cost?
Yeah, and I know construction costs you can never predict. So
Well, and I don't know that we'd ever really want to put that in
no,
a
not put it in the master
plan.
plan. I'm just
Okay.
saying, as we look at what our options are there, and you did a great job on presenting the ideas.
And we did actually, the plan does call out the preferred alternative.
Right.
Which is option B, and that's, all of these were presented to the community, a couple of different times to give feedback on what the community was comfortable with, and it was the kind of modified intersection mid alternative that was the preferred alternative by the community. The important thing to remember with this is that it's really set up in a way that you can, the first option is kind of minor modifications to try to make it safer. Then option B was extending the intersection out. That's the next level. Option C is, a roundabout, but it's
Complete change.
basically these can happen in a way that we can kind of build off one and go to the other. That's why option B was selected as the preferred alternative. Was, people were a little nervous about the
In the middle.
roundabout scenario,
Yeah.
and we figured, okay, at this point, we could probably get some good buy-in on option B and get that moving faster. And then as we go on, and if community ideas change, then we'll have some more support to then carry.
Great,
continue
thanks
it
for
on.
refreshing our recollection on it.
It sounds like, Nick, and correct me if I'm off on this, it sounds like we could have you come back to us after adoption with a refinement of that implementation priority. You meaning planning staff. It could be Wayne. I'm not trying to preempt you, Wayne. But come back to us with a strategy for sort of a conversation about implementation. Because I think one of the things that is important to us, and one of the things that we reflected in the West Side Plan, is that as a council, we might want to prioritize some things above, where the evaluated resources are. So I would propose, council members, that we schedule this for a follow-up after we give sufficient time for planning to say this is what implementation could look like. Here's some options. Here's what costs might be associated with that. Similar to what we did with the West Side Master Plan. I know it feels like it all happened at once, but we actually took a lot of time after implementation to look at how are we going to prioritize that.
Right, and keep in mind that there are some things that we did with West Side that were relatively quick, and
Right.
some things that, for example, reconfiguring 900 West is just, at the
Gonna take
not
time.
the beginning, but I mean, it's just going through that process right now too.
Right.
So
So, and as I recall, some of the rezoning on the West Side Plan happened relatively quickly, and that's one of the questions under 5 implementation. Are you comfortable initiating rezoning based on that? I'm going to assume, unless anyone vigorously objects, that we're okay with that. So I'd look to the council members who represent that east side area to remind us of that opportunity, and then we'll need to have some budgetary numbers.
yeah, and we can bring some of those kind of zoning proposals to you. I think at least in this part of the city, they're probably relatively minor in nature, and it may be things that don't necessarily include rezoning the property, but maybe making some improvements to the existing zoning types of things.
Okay, great, thanks. So now that we've tackled all the easy ones, did the hard one go away? I'm joking. Go back to item number 1, ADUs. We need some direction as to what we're going to do there. I'd entertain a straw poll. In the lack of straw
I'll straw poll.
Yeah, okay.
And I'd like us to straw poll it as is.
With no additional language.
No additional language or removals.
Okay,
Just for the ADU part.
just for the ADU part. So we're straw polling the ADU part as originally proposed, no additional language. All that are supporting that, thumbs up. That passes with Charlie and I dissenting. Okay, great. And that's all you need, right? Are you
Yes.
good?
Thank.
So I will.
wait, can I back us up on that? Sorry. So you were saying we are not doing the red language that was in the.
No,
I have
we are.
problems with the language at all in the
Okay.
plan, so that was
Okay,
my
so
opposition.
You didn't want, okay.
It's
Then-
not- no.
Then I'm sorry, I was not tracking you well. Then I'm a no on that, so it's
Oh,
3 to 4.
still passes with Lisa, Charlie, and Stan dissenting. Okay, yes, Nick.
And just that language exists in the plan it's highlighted red, just
Right.
to make sure the council knows what we're talking about.
Okay.
So, and then I will go and write a motion that will clarify that we're simply changing the community recommendation. Everything else will stay as
Great.
is.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Nick, and
Thank you
Nick,
so
and
much.
Wayne. Thank you very much.
And I just want to echo what Lisa said. I mean, Wayne has been absolutely fantastic working with all the community councils, different community organizations for a long time. So thank you for doing that. I hear great things and great appreciation. So good work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, council members. I apologize, we're a little bit behind. I'd like to do our next agenda item, then I'll give you a little break, if that's okay. Next item is mid-year check-in with Information Management Services Director, Greg Daly. Greg, welcome. I just wanted to highlight this by reminding us or informing us that as a body, we have asked to have a more regular check-in with our department heads. And as we're refining that, and something that has occurred to us in leadership and conversations with the staff around what that might look like. Traditionally, we have spent a lot of time in the budget process talking about policy issues or sort of deep diving other issues as department people come in front of us, because that has traditionally been the only opportunity we've had to have those conversations. We're trying to reframe that a little bit so that our budget conversation is really about budget, and that we have an opportunity to talk about policy throughout the year. And so Greg was not looped in on this conversation, so he's one of the first to be in this process. So, and he's new, so we can just do an update. But as we go forward, I want you to keep that in mind, council members, and we'll start sending out reminders so you're a little more prepared for that, so that we can anticipate when department heads come in front of us that we can really get into some policy conversations. So we sent out, Lehu has sent out a schedule. Tentative. I'd like you to refer to that, and then we're trying to refine that as we go through the year. So we'll be asking you for heads up on policy topic so that we can have department heads ready to present to us. Greg was not a part of that conversation, so whatever you have ready for us is what you
Okay.
get to do today.
Well, I did prepare a little deck to go through, and I wanted to tie it back to the issues that we discussed at the time of my appointment, because they were very important to IMS and to the city. So I've oriented around that, and if there's something that I don't cover that is important to you, feel free to chat about it. So anyway, thank you for having me. It's delightful to see you all again. On the first slide in, after the title slide, which I worked on for hours, the critical issues that we were discussing at the time of my appointment were the disconnection of IMS from the rest of the city departments, issues of leadership within IMS, extending to the role of the CIO across the city, significant doubts about our security posture, lax management and oversight within IMS, and then lax management and oversight of the services that we're delivering from IMS to enable the rest of the city. So if we just continue a little bit deeper into it, the actions that I've taken to reconnect IMS to the rest of the city. We undertook a fairly significant reorganization of the department, and through that reorganization created 3 very important jobs. All of them, as of today, are now filled. One was filled when I did the reorganization. The other 2 actually came on board this morning after the recruiting interval. These 3 jobs are similar in responsibility to what is otherwise known in the industry as enterprise solution architects. It focuses on solutions, which typically are the combination of technology and processes with some staff behind it at an enterprise, meaning multi-departmental level. The Web Solutions Manager has been in place, as I just mentioned, and is leading the creation of a replacement for slcgov.com. The other 2 started today, and both of them have prior experience as technology executives, one as a consultant and the CIO, CTO for a company that recently decided to outsource all of its IT and offshore it. The other being the technology lead for Harmon's Grocery. I think they're outstanding recruits and are going to do great work for the city. The divisions now have a new focus on engagement with the other departments, and right now our currently in play priority is to upgrade our performance over in the public safety building with police and fire. We're evaluating better ways to extend enterprise level influence and value across the city with GIS, Acela, and new initiatives that are upcoming that I'll talk about a little bit later or deeper into the deck. The reorganization eliminated my isolation from the rest of IMS and through them to the rest of the city. It was a very unusual reporting structure that existed in IMS previously, and I just feel that I am increasingly active and visible across the cabinet. All of the division managers within IMS now report directly to me instead of through an intermediate layer of management. I've recaptured the financial oversight, which seemed to have been abandoned by my predecessor. And all of these solution managers are reporting directly to me, at least until they get a sense for how to operate within the government and within IMS. And then perhaps we can think of a different reporting structure once that has taken good hold.
Mr.
Go ahead.
Chair,
Greg, Aaron Mendenhall has a question.
Sure.
could you tell us a little bit more about the second bullet point, which is give us some a description to the greater support and engagement with public safety?
Mhm.
And then secondly, I'm curious about that reclamation of financial oversight and what that entailed for you.
Okay. So at Public Safety, I'm meeting on a regular basis with the deputy chiefs that are in charge of administration on a weekly or bi-weekly basis, looking at all of the open service requests that are pending for their operations and driving the interval for closing of those service requests from where it stands today to what it ought to be, honestly. So we have an open inventory of approximately 50 cases at any given time. And I want to look at the interval to close on each of those requests. Some of them are out of our control, where equipment or issues have to go back to the suppliers for resolution. But of things that are under our control, I want the attitude for the very significant investment of staff that we have at the Public Safety Building, which is 7. I want the issues to be treated as though they are life and death issues, because the people that depend on the technology in public safety, they can end up being life or death issues for them. And that kind of urgency I want to apply to every one of them. In some cases, I have found that we're not behaving as though these issues have urgency, and I'm changing that. And reviewing those regularly with the deputy chiefs and their immediate technology manager delegates, such as Dave Herman or Sergeant Kreider in police. Yeah. The second question was?
The financial oversight.
Oh, the financial oversight. So too much of financial oversight was delegated 100% to the previous finance and administration manager in IMS. I eliminated that position through reorganization and moved those responsibilities back onto my plate. It just doesn't seem possible to manage a department without having intimate, hands-on involvement in financial management decisions. Those had been 100% vacated and put on that financial manager, which created a lot of problems in the department, so I took it back. I've now created positions of financial analysts to assist me, and otherwise trim the size of that group from 6 plus 2 part-times down to 4 full-times to get it done. And I think we're going to get a much better result.
Do you anticipate that we will see a significant change in the budget presentation from IMS this year based on those changes?
I don't envision large economies coming in because of some very significant pressures coming up. But I'll let the budget presentation argue that at the time. I'm not trying to evade the question here. I just would rather avoid predicting where we're going on budget before I've had a chance to review it
Fair
through the
enough.
office of the mayor.
Thank you.
Okay.
Greg, this is no reflection on you whatsoever, but I have found myself in a situation where we've run behind schedule today. So I think I'll ask you if you could just sort of hit your highlight points in your presentation, and I think it'd be more productive to open up for comments or questions if that
Okay.
works for you. Thank
Sure.
you.
Okay. So why don't we hit, gee, I really wish I numbered my slides now. But why don't we go into slide number 2, 3, 4, 5. I want to talk about some important aspects of what's going on right now in the city. We're moving very quickly into focus on security. I'll get to that in my next slide in detail, and some important collaborating points that I'm doing, or that we are doing with the state, the county, and even the U. We've outsourced the new website development to Utah Interactive, extending the good work that Utah Interactive has done, that they've done for the state. They've created a very nice web presence for the state. The city is piggybacking on that work to replace slcgov.com. And in fact, we've gotten slc.gov, which will simplify people finding us on the web. We're doing an interesting project, or hoping to do one with the U, for a city-scale wireless lab. It'll be a grant out of Washington, D.C., no cost to the city or its constituents to get it up and running if we're successful. And we are going to submit an application to be one of the city-scale wireless test beds. That would be exciting. And of course, the security, which I've mentioned. Let's go over to the next slide and talk about the security. So through reorganization, I freed up money to do an independent third-party audit of our security posture. Hired a firm that the county had used to very good effect, and the results are very sobering. We're going to have to do significant work in virtually all aspects of our security to bring us up to what I would consider a defensible posture. Defensible in the sense of good network security practices across the city, and also defensible as an executive team, that we are making the correct investments and recommendations for spending, and security is going to have to be a very high priority for doing that. We go over to the next slide. I've cleaned up all of the lax management practices which were going on in the department in terms of use of P cards, the personal spending cards, the travel cards, and I'm working very closely with Mary Beth Thompson to ensure that we stay on track there. I've also strongly curtailed the use of flexible work arrangements, which had a very significant portion of IMS not at work on Fridays. That's all changed. The standard now is that the entire department, unless they are on personal time off, will be at work between the hours of 9 and 3 on site every workday. That's a significant change. So I've covered a little bit about slcgov.com. It's reoriented towards a service model. I think if you look at cities such as Phoenix, Boston, maybe Denver a little bit, you'll get a sense for what a city-level website needs to morph into and what ours is heading towards. It's a big project. We were attempting to do it with just one on-staff IMS person and somebody, the communications director out of the office of the mayor. That was not going to succeed. So we found a way to carve out budget and send it out to Utah Interactive. In terms of change, go ahead.
You said originally that was the reorganization of slcgov.com was in the office of the mayor through communications?
The leadership, or sort of the what I'll call the user influence, was being headed up by Matthew in the office of the mayor.
Okay.
He's still heading up that influence, but the ability to deliver on the needs for the city, articulated through Matthew, and now a broader group of users in each department or delegates from each department. Having one person trying to do it in IMS certainly was not going to get the job done.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
So making changes to how we manage technology. You may be familiar with a PC rental program. I want that rental program and the accounting and administrative intensity that goes behind it eliminated. There's no reason to be buying PCs and renting them to use it to the departments on an ongoing basis. I'm looking at extending the life interval when we would expect to refresh or replace a desktop PC or a laptop an additional year, because the pace at which edge computing device, the technology is just not marching forward at the rate it was before, where replacing a PC after 3 years, that PC was clearly going to be obsolete. I think we can slow it down and extend the life by doing that, and also straighten out how we're administering the replacement program. We're going to have to do a significant refresh in some devices inside the network. The security audit revealed that older generation, now out of support and end-of-life devices, that we have a very significant population of those devices. Those are going to have to be replaced because we cannot plug the security holes in them. We're continuing to shift our focus from hosting applications internally to using software as a service. In terms of what's coming up next, there's big changes coming in the security field. The devices that we're using, the practices that we use to deploy them, the configuration of those devices as they are in use inside the network, and we're going to have to make some pretty significant investments coming up in the next years for surveillance and monitoring technologies that we are not using today. We need to, or we want to, make a good decision and fill in the application footprint right now. Constituent relationship management, a top priority of the mayor, is largely unattended. We want to move forward significantly in that space, fill it with a great solution, and deliver an ability to understand what our relationship is with any constituent, be it an individual voter, a business, a household. What does the relationship of the city and that constituent look like across all of the possible activities and things that they engage the city for, be it complaints, be it licenses, permits, and similar data points that we can't right now capture consistently.
Yeah, just remind council members that was a priority that we actually allocated some funding for, was pursuing constituent relations and improving the way we manage that.
Yep.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Derek.
If I could just add on to this, I've had a couple conversations with some local businesses that have received a loan from the city through our Economic Development Loan Fund. And some complaints that I've received is that they cannot make payments online. And so to me, that's a customer service issue on behalf of the city. And I see Director Rehberg and Laura Fritz back there. And so I just thought I'd bring that to all of your attention here in this space, because that might be something that you're already looking at addressing. And if not, then I wanted to make sure that you're aware of it.
Thank you. It is being contemplated in the website overhaul and outsource, which is directed specifically at the services that we provide, sort of on an I want to do the following thing through the web. And all of the things that ought to be doable through the web, we want to cover. Yeah. We intend to make an argument for adopting a modern document management solution. We have a largely obsolete Hummingbird that is leaving many users dissatisfied, and we want to refresh that. We have to make ServiceNow perform better, and I want to get very serious about GIS at an enterprise level. And by enterprise level, in a conversation I had with Councilmember Mendenhall this morning, the vast majority of the city's resources on GIS are deployed at department level. Yet it is an enterprise level technology that needs to have good enterprise level effect and management. I'm talking with the managers of the technology at the department level, particularly Nick Krieger in public utilities, and with Brad Zaba, who works in engineering, about how can we collectively rethink how the resources are deployed. That's a tough conversation because at a department level, they never want to let go, but it really is an enterprise level problem. And I think the consensus is that we could do a better job across the city if we rethought how we were doing that. Depending on how those discussions go, I might be back in front of you during the budget interval talking about how to remedy that. So the win so far, clearly the reorganization, at least in my view, is a big win for the department. We removed a lot of problem areas, and the benefits of that reorganization freed up ability to spend money in a different direction, which we're doing, to reconnect the department more effectively and get such things as the Utah Interactive outsource and the security audit, both of which carried a fairly nice price tag, but we're able to do it within the current budget allocation. A little advertisement for myself in there. The CIO is back. Why not wave my own flag? But I get a good sense when I talk to the other directors from the departments, and even within the department, little anecdotal feedback that it's working out. And I'm happy to report that in at least 2 cases, employees who left the department either to go to other parts of the city or go outside the city have expressed sincere desire to come back to IMS. They hear that good things are happening and they like to be a part of it. So I'm flattered by that. And I think it's a step in the right direction. And then there was this, if you could get a significant amount of money, what would you spend it on?
That sounds like go big or go home.
Yeah,
and vaguely familiar. Mm-hmm.
I'd like to discuss that a little bit. I did not prepare a slide for it, but I do have some ideas. Based on the results that came in from the sobering was a very kind word to use to describe the results. If money were to come the way of IMS, that would be the top priority, to accelerate what we're doing in terms of remedying that problem, in terms of staffing, in terms of investment in technology. I just pick up the pace dramatically in that sense, and I think it's important to do so. The second thing that I would do, once that was taken care of, would be to look at the processes, staffing, and technology that we use behind help desk and end user support. I think that we're a bit antiquated. I would get somebody in to give me very clear recommendations and the order to do so. I have some ideas in my head about what I would do, but I would definitely engage some outside expertise in that if I had the ability to do so. And the last would be to accelerate what we're doing in the GIS space at enterprise level, because I think that we're leaving some good opportunities for excellent data-driven decision making, and and bringing creativity to other citywide initiatives, such as quality of life across the city, as indicated by a lot of data points that Council Member Mendenhall has had in mind for a couple of years now. I think it'd be worthy to pay serious attention to that stuff and see what good we can bring to the city by exploring it with some good resources. So,
Thank you, Greg. I'll just open it up for questions. James.
Yeah, Mr. Daly, I appreciate you being here. Who manages the SLC mobile app?
that comes out of IMS.
So I am the biggest proponent of SLC Mobile.
Mhm.
It worked fantastic. And I say worked because I'm going to give you some examples. But every community council meeting I go to, I probably 90% of the time bring it up and say, this is really the best way to start, putting your requests through on complaints or issues through the city. But I have had in the past 4 months, every time I do that, people are raising their hands saying, I have used the app. Sometimes it's been great. Other times it has not been great. And I've had that experience too. I want to give you an example. And this doesn't reflect on you. I was a little bit shocked by this. I did a request on August 15th for an illegally parked semi-trailer that had been there for 2 weeks. I did not get an email response to tell me that it was closed until February 15th. So we're looking at September, October, November, December, January, 6 months later for an illegally parked trailer. Well, he's not going to be there, for that long. And I was just shocked. And then I did another one in November, and it didn't close until that same day in November.
Mhm.
So I get all these, when I want to promote it because it should be a streamlined process where we're not talking to council staff goes to directors then go through that process. But when I've had complaints time and time again as a proponent of SLC Mobile, how can we fix that?
I think that the missing component is the CRM element, because right now SLC Mobile will be handing off the complaint to another system. The integration is lacking. The consistent management of a CRM that would be in place, were it there, is missing from the application footprint for the city. The app itself is not the problem. It's the work processes and the back-end systems that it's interacting with are not positioned to communicate effectively back on status or whatever the delay is. I can't believe that there was no action taken for 6 months on an illegally parked trailer. Something happened, yet there's no ability to communicate it back either through an email mechanism or otherwise at the current time, and the CRM would do that.
And what does that roughly cost? I mean, if you were to go forward with the CRM financially, what is our obligation on that?
We don't currently have an obligation, but a per user license for something like Salesforce, which would be a possible solution, would be about $1,300 per year subscription for a user license. The number of licenses needed across the city, we'd have to calculate, but you could expect. Well, I don't want to talk about what to expect until I know.
Well, just for me, I mean, I want to be the biggest proponent of it, and I feel like I have been, but I kind of want to take that back because of all of the issues that have been popping up with it.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Thanks, James. Lisa, and then Cindy.
Similar question to James. As far as the park, Salt Lake City, does that come under your purview, or is that public services and traffic who manage the parking app for people who want to use our downtown parking?
That would be within public services to manage what the app does and prioritize the requests. After that, in terms of delivery on the systems, it largely comes into IMS.
And in terms of the thing that's out there that you put your credit card in and you put the parking number in, that's all under public services, right?
Yes.
Okay,
true.
thanks.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Cindy.
Just clarifying on the CRM, I wasn't quite sure if you were saying that it's a technology issue, there's not an automated way for responses to come from the existing systems out in the departments into the app and then go to the constituent. Is that correct? There's
I
not
would
an
say that's
automatic way.
correct,
Okay.
yes.
So right now, the success of the system depends on, would you say it depends on people having to manually do that work, or do you think that there's something happening where the complaints are getting lost in the technology? I couldn't tell if you were saying you don't know enough about how that's working, or if there's actually something happening where the technology itself is losing complaints.
I don't know that the technology loses the complaint. It's just that the technology is not configured or programmed to communicate status. And the mechanism for delivering that status is not clearly resolved. It's something that that a lot of people have been looking at. But the problem, in my view, in the application footprint is that the CRM component is largely empty. And because it's empty, we get a lot of this dysfunctional kind of stuff happening.
Okay. So sometimes when we're doing things, we're trying to make it work manually, and manually we don't recognize the cost of manual work. We just recognize the cost of technology sometimes. So sometime in this conversation, we might need to talk about what's the cost to the city in having all of that.
Right. And I would like to mention that with the arrival of these two employees today, one of them, the first job is going to be a detailed a very detailed analysis of all of the technology needs of public services and how they support the work processes in public services, because this is the topic that we're really talking about right now. And Lisa Schaefer and myself have discussed it, and it is the first work assignment for one of these, and they're very talented people that we've managed to recruit. So I'm hopeful that we'll get a very good result out of it.
Greg, thank you very much for your time. You mentioned in a couple of comments that you've been able to free up some resources as you've done some reconfiguration and streamlining. And when you come back in the budget process, I think I personally would be really interested in hearing how, whether or not those are ongoing resources, where you've sort of reconfigured that, what that might look like, where you have allocated those cost savings. And then I think we're going to hear some more information about what you need going forward. So
Okay.
I assume so. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much for being here. And we'll see you in a couple months.
Great. I look forward to it.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Council members, we're going to take a quick break. I'm sorry, I apologize. We are running quite a bit behind. So if we could confine it to 10 minutes, that would be really helpful. Thanks. Nick, welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Talk to us about what we're talking about.
Okay, I'll give a quick introduction since we're behind and let Neil go through his presentation and then. Oh, sorry, I will pull that closer. I always fail at this. A few months ago, during a rezone, a development agreement came up, and the council eventually supported it. However, at the time, they said the council requested that staff put together a briefing on development agreements so we can talk about why they're used, how they're used, when, and just get an idea of what the council has done with these in the past couple years. So Neil has a presentation that he will run through, and then we're available for questions.
Okay, so Nick, we're going to do a page down, just do the arrow. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. And I'll just run through quickly this outline. I hope it's in your packet. It's very high level. I haven't dealt with the mechanics of drafting an agreement, thinking that's something more for the lawyer. So I've left that out. If you have questions, of course, I'll attempt to answer them. But a development agreement is essentially, as any other contract, a voluntary agreement between two parties. In this case, it happens to be between a private party, a developer or landowner, and the government. And it's intended to regulate what happens on that particular piece of land. The Land Use Development and Management Act, which we know as LUDMA, specifically authorizes the use of development agreements. It didn't for many years, but there is inherent authority to enter into agreements because Salt Lake City is a corporation and has the power to contract with other parties. So the Land Use Development and Management Act kind of is an additional source of authority beyond the common law source of authority for development agreements. Why did they start? Most states have what's called a late vesting rule, meaning that a developer is not vested in his or her project until they have spent money and moved dirt based on a permit. There was a famous case in California known as the Avco Builders case where the developer spent literally millions of dollars doing some grading and other things, and then the rules changed. And that money was not used very effectively or efficiently in the developer's mind because then they had to go back and make a number of changes. So as a result of that, and that case and others like it, development agreements were initiated to fix the rules applying to a project so a developer could rely on that and that future changes in the code would not affect a particular project. That's why they started. However, in Utah, we have what's known as an early vesting rule. That rule says that when a developer makes a complete application, including the fee, that they're entitled to rely on the rules in place on the day they make that application. So notwithstanding any other subsequent changes, they can go ahead and go forward. So they're vested in the development rules early, and a development agreement in Utah would not serve the same purpose as it would in California, as I have explained. However, a development agreement could extend the vesting period because in order to maintain your vested rights, you have to pursue your rights with due diligence. If you sit on your rights, they can expire. So a development agreement could have the effect of extending the vesting period. I had one case where I'm familiar with, and I was associated with it tangentially, where a developer asked for a 99-year vesting period, which from my perspective as a government lawyer was ridiculous because you have no idea what's going to happen in 99 years. You can hardly know what's going to happen in 5 or 10 years. And oftentimes we're not very good at that. So typically the vesting period is 10 years. A lot of things can happen in that time frame, especially with regard to code changes. But the developer who has an agreement of this sort is vested in the agreement, and the government is also required to follow the rules that were entered into in the agreement. I think I've mentioned this already. Let me just add that a development agreement cannot be used to change the procedural and substantive rules that will apply to a project. So you can't use a development agreement to avoid constitutional limits on exactions. For instance, an exaction is when a developer is required unilaterally to provide something. The exaction cases came out of situations where the developer was required to provide title to property, in one notable case, for a trail as a condition of getting a building permit. The trail wasn't used just for the people in that building, but it would be used for the entire community. Basically, the exactions law says you can make the developer pay for costs that are incurred as a result of the project, but you can't make the developer pay for costs that benefit the community generally. That's the community's job. And here we have the rules that came out of the Nolan Dolan cases for a lawful exaction, as long as there's a link between the governmental interest and the exaction, and as long as the exaction is roughly proportionate, it can be required unilaterally. Sometimes development agreements memorialize exactions. Let me go back to what they can be used for. They can be used to achieve greater certainty in the process. They sometimes lay out the procedure for development approvals, especially if you have a large project that may be built over many, many years. I'm familiar with a project that has a development agreement that covers about 2,200 acres. Unfortunately, that project is in difficulty now because the market collapsed and numerous lenders have taken back the property, and now there are many property owners, whereas before there was just one. So that's a potential downside of a development agreement, is what happens if a project doesn't go forward as anticipated. I think the most common use of a development agreement in Utah is to limit the scope of the uses that might be allowed with a rezone. In Utah, we practice what I call wait and see zoning, typically, rather than zone ahead of time and let the developer approach a piece of property based on zoning that is put in place anticipating something will happen. Most communities wait until developer needs something and ask for the rezone, and if the council is convinced that the rezone is desirable, then they will rezone it based on what they see from the developer applicant. That's a fairly common scenario. Sometimes what happens, though, is the zone that the developer is asking for includes uses that are not related, if you will, to what the developer really wants to do. The zone has the one use he needs, but it may have other uses that he doesn't need and that the city council is worried about. They're worried that they may not be compatible with what's going on next to the property. And so a development agreement will be used to limit the uses. And it would say, we'll zone this property, but the developer agrees not to engage in any of the other uses. Yes, Nick.
And just an example of that is the most recent development agreement the council entered into with the Thatcher rezone, where it was the request to go from M1 to M2, but it said the only use he can use it is for the shipping and receiving. So
another common scenario for smaller communities without a lot of capital available is to provide a way for a developer to be reimbursed for something the developer will install. For instance, in one case I was familiar with and actually wrote the agreement, the developer wanted to move forward, but the city didn't have a water tank for that part of town. And they knew they needed a tank, and it was on their capital improvements program, but they didn't have the money to pay for it at that time. The developer had the money, and he was willing to build the tank, which is way oversized for his project, but he was willing to front-end it on the agreement that he would be paid for the city share over a period of time. So it was basically a reimbursement agreement. So that allowed development to go ahead when the city didn't have the money, but he did. And that can work and is a relatively common mechanism in smaller communities that don't, even larger ones that may not have the money right then for something the developer wants. You can use a development agreement to establish design guidelines. But again, remember, a development agreement is voluntarily entered into. So if your design guidelines were not what the developer wanted, you couldn't force him into a development agreement. The way to accomplish your goal in that instance would be to pass an ordinance and change the zoning rules to establish the rules that you feel are appropriate for that particular situation. So that's how you would achieve that goal. However, doing so requires foresight on the part of the legislative body. You've got to be able to anticipate what the issues will be and then write a code that will address those issues in the appropriate way. And what often happens is people can't foresee things very well, and the developer comes in with a project that he thinks is really great. The council thinks it's great, but the code is out of date and doesn't address the problem or the issue or the project. So development agreement will be used to set the parameters for the design and phasing of the project because the code doesn't do it. And as long as everybody voluntarily agrees to do that, that can work. I've seen cases where a development agreement is in effect used as a zoning code and referred to by reference instead of the zoning code. That's personally, in my mind, not a very good idea, because then you confuse the purpose of a development agreement with the purpose of the code. And we have cases in Utah where, in fact, I think people have been confused and the court has tried to sort it out. And some of those cases are referred to at the end of the materials. Okay, I think I've touched on those things, but I'll just reinforce what they can't be used for. They can't change the zoning. They can't change the land uses listed in the zone. They can't change the development standards or procedures required by the zones. If you have a set of rules, the developer could agree to not, how shall I say this? You can narrow down the scope if everybody agrees to it, but you can't go beyond the scope. Does that make sense? I don't know if that's the proper way to describe it. So if there's a list of uses, he could limit himself to one use out of 10, but you couldn't say use number 11, which is not listed in the code, is not permissible.
Mr. Chair, I ask a question. When we were talking through development agreements, we had some constituents who felt like a development agreement was circumventing the zoning, and when it says they cannot be used for a zoning category, we have to be careful of that. I know we looked at, I was concerned particularly when we were talking about one for Trolley Square that we were going to cut the HLC out of the conversation, and we ended up not doing a development agreement. But is there merit to those arguments that a development agreement is really taking the citizenry and groups like the HLC out of the conversation?
In my mind, no, because all the normal notice rules would apply, all the hearing rules would apply. That particular situation, as I understood it, would have purportedly restricted the ability of the HRC to engage in a certain level of review. My view is you can't do that by agreement. If the code requires that to happen, the HRC would have to voluntarily forego that opportunity, but you couldn't require them to forego it.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I have a question about a development agreement that we did regarding a building that is being built to span an alleyway. And I guess I'm having trouble seeing where those situations that are first time we've seen something like that. It's not a bridge because it isn't public access. It's buying parcels on either side of an alleyway and wanting to connect them above the alleyway, but allow the alleyway to still function as an alley. And it's not limiting current uses.
So
but
the alleyway's public, right?
Yeah.
So it's bridging two private properties.
Yep.
Go ahead, Nick.
In that instance, the development agreement was specific to the type of material that was to be used on that bridge. And so that kind of gets to the expectation of the design or the construction that the council and the developer wanted, so.
But there's no precedence for building over a public right-of-way. I mean, we wouldn't allow, without a development agreement, allowing such building to butt out over the public right-of-way. And that's essentially what this was doing. So weren't we allowing something beyond what the zoning allowed? I understand that
Actually, that case, but it might have been. But on the other hand, if the zoning didn't speak to what I'll call air rights,
yes.
and so you go up to a certain point and then over, the code might have been silent on that issue. I don't know the answer.
And that's what it spoke specifically to, was it was a partial alley vacation specific to the air rights. And so it had identified that through the process that the city will vacate the air rights. And then at the end, the council wanted to ensure that whatever building material was used for that bridge was, I think, I'm trying to remember the language we used, it was like transparent or glass.
Fenestration.
Yeah, so that's what the development agreement was specific to.
Interesting. Thanks. I felt like it wasn't limiting current uses, that it was an expansion of in some way of allowable uses, but I couldn't think of where it fit in and what we're allowed to do.
One other thing to think about is the difference and the relatedness between a development agreement and what I will call a performance agreement. A performance agreement is simply a contractual agreement that requires a developer to do what he's already required to do under the code. It's sort of belt and suspenders. You can enforce the code by regulation, by an enforcement action, or you could enforce the code on the basis of contract. We have many instances where developers are, let's say they're doing a subdivision. They're required to put in public improvements, a street, curb, gutter, and sidewalk. We'll have an agreement that says you must put these in a certain way and in a certain time, and we have bonding and other assurances to ensure that the improvements are actually provided in a timely fashion as expected. I will call that a performance agreement. A development agreement is a close cousin but not the same thing, and oftentimes a development agreement and its terms will be combined with a performance agreement, and that sometimes makes the two of them somewhat confusing as to, you have to say, what is the purpose of this agreement? And again, it just depends on the drafter on what it covers. Let me mention one other thing a development agreement cannot do. You as a legislative body always retain the opportunity to vote on a matter of public policy. You cannot give that right away or agree not to exercise that right. If you do, that's called bargaining away the police power. The police power is the power you have to regulate in the public interest. So I'll give you a couple of hypotheticals. Let's say a developer comes to you. He says, I found a piece of property. It's wonderful. It needs to be rezoned to zone X. You say, well, we think that would be fine, and we will now enter into the agreement. And one provision of the agreement says we will rezone the property to X next month. That would not be an appropriate provision for a development agreement, because you are agreeing by contract to take a legislative action. So that's unlawful. You can't do that. Now, by contrast, and part of this is in how you do it, procedurally. The way I would do these is I'd say, well, so the council's happy with the rezone proposal. Let's draft an agreement, and we'll give it to the applicant developer and say, is this agreement okay? Yes, it's okay. Mr. Developer, will you then sign it unilaterally? We'll then offer it to the council, and the council will decide what they're going to do with it. If the council is convinced that the rezoning is in the public interest, they can rezone the property and then authorize the mayor to execute the agreement. Do you see the difference? It's all a matter of how you line things up and the sequence by which you do things.
So Neil, a development agreement can be more restrictive than the zoning that we might be changing to, or even the current zoning if there's some negotiation about a higher level of standards for materials or something like that we might not have in the zone. I think we tend to look at these around zoning issues, but couldn't we put some other components into it? This is what I was thinking, and what you just said might challenge what I was thinking. Say we wanted to say to the developer, we expect a higher level of community engagement in your project or in your proposal. How do you require that up front without agreeing to the zoning? I mean, it would be simply as part of the application, independent of whether or not we process this zoning, we want you to do this level of engagement in the community around the zoning change.
So if the developer voluntarily agreed to that higher level of engagement, you could put it in the agreement.
Okay.
But you could not unilaterally
Couldn't
require
require it, and you couldn't guarantee any results based on that development agreement. You cannot guarantee that you will provide the zoning requested if they hit these certain criteria.
You need to, yes, you need the right to decide the legislative decision once the agreement is in place, not make that agreement or make that legislative change subject to the agreement.
So one of the challenges I think I had with the Trolley Ventures proposal was that the development agreement came from the developer and felt very much like it was trying to eliminate a process that was standardized in the city. I'm hearing you say that may have potentially been illegal anyway. We didn't do that, but it may have been potentially illegal for us to do that, to say we're going to exempt you from or guarantee you setbacks that now the Landmarks Committee doesn't have the flexibility to evaluate.
Yes, others may have different opinions, and I certainly invite those opinions if there's any here. But you know the old adage about one attorney in town, no business; two attorneys in town, lots of business. So
I hadn't
there
heard
may
that
be
one,
more
Neil,
than
but it
one
makes
view
total
on that.
sense to me.
There may be more than one view. Let me
So-
comment about one other thing, and that sometimes I think people think that a development agreement is kind of like a golden bullet, which can solve a lot of problems, but they're only as good as the strength of the city has and its willingness to step up to enforce the agreement. If you're not willing to go to court over the agreement to enforce it, doesn't do you any good. And I've seen, I'm afraid, many instances where people are not willing to enforce them. The other key thing to manageability is indeed your ability to manage the development agreements and make sure that they're followed, and don't be casual about them. Sometimes the administrative staff will complain they're hard to follow, and they've got these details that deviate from the norm, and so you've got to have a way to track them and make sure when that project comes in that you are following the agreement. I've seen many instances where the neighbors particularly will watch this carefully, and they'll come forward and say, a building permit's been issued for X project. That's not what we agreed to, and that's counter to the agreement. Oops, you're right. So you need the administrative capacity to enforce them and manage them properly.
So let me throw another example at you and see if you can respond. Something you said about vested, extending the vested period. It seems to me that we, in the past, have done some rezones conditioned upon a development agreement that does whatever. So we go through the process, we rezone the property, but there's an agreement with the developer that they will meet some condition before the zoning goes into effect. So in effect, it extends their vested period for whatever proposal they sort of made. One of the challenges I think we've had with the city is I'm not sure we've expired some of those. I'm not sure our development agreements have an expiration because we end up following up with them years later where either the developer comes back with another proposal for a different kind of zone, or they try to come back and there's no time trigger to our agreement. We end up with this sort of limbo piece of property that sort of been rezoned, but the conditions haven't been met by the developer to trigger the rezoning, and it just sits there because they're not ready or for whatever reason. I mean, Cindy's got a comment.
I think I know what you're describing, and that is there is an active enforcement of those, but what it is an expiration date on those on those conditions. So usually there is a date attached, and when they're coming back to you because they can't meet the condition, it's because their date is about to expire.
Right, and I think I know several of those we've had, but I think we also ran into one or two old ones that didn't have an expiration date on them, and they became really problematic because it's like endless limbo on
So
the
that
property.
goes to the skill of the drafter to anticipate a problem and deal with it in the agreement, by a provision in the agreement.
Okay.
The most recent ones, I guess in the last 5 years or so that the council's done, it's always had that the rezone is predicated upon the development agreement being finalized, and those always have a year timeline. So the council has, I'm trying to think, it was Epic rezone. The Epic Brewing came back because they did not meet the development agreement in time. They didn't finalize that. Most of the development agreements have been finished, but a few have just let them go away without doing anything, and they didn't get the rezone, and the property's been sold off to somebody else. So,
Okay.
and another example is the council was asked to reconsider a development agreement that was about 20 years old at one point in the last few years. So that does happen.
Inaction by the developer over X period of time should make the thing expire. And I wouldn't go beyond 10 years personally, and might even want to go shorter. The other problem is sometimes a developer will get the property rezoned, so it's entitled, and then they'll peddle it to someone else.
Right.
And the next someone else wants to do something different because the market shifted a little bit, or that guy has a little different vision. So now it comes down to how well you've drafted the agreement and whether or not the vision that you anticipated with developer one is going to happen with developer two. And do you have provisions in your agreement about the change of developer?
So-
about the second one being willing to assume completely the deal that's.
And this
in the
came up on
original
a project, a housing project, where the developer didn't want the height, they wanted additional height, wasn't allowed in their current zone, but they didn't want the height of the adjacent zone, so they applied for a rezoning with the agreement to self-limit the height.
Right.
But they eventually walked away from their proposal. But in that situation, the zoning could have been conditioned on a development agreement to lower that height. But does that transfer to property owners?
Yes. The attorneys do a good job of including the runs with the land provision.
Yeah, there's, that's sort of magic language that you need to put in the agreement, that it runs with the land. And if it's not in there, then it may not. And if there's a foreclosure, the foreclosure could have the effect of trumping the agreement.
Okay.
So basically, you need the ability to manage them and the political will to enforce them.
Andrew has a comment.
Yes.
So just so I can clarify for my own needs and no one else's, when we have basic zoning for a parcel of land in the city, you can put on a text amendment to clarify that particular new use on that zone to some extent, and then you can place a development agreement on top of that to restrict, generally speaking, the activities on there. Is that accurate? Not expand, but typically restrict.
Yeah.
There are times when expansion is a part of a development agreement generally? Because our discussion around the most recent one was about that. Do you just restrict with these, or can you expand with these?
I do not believe you can expand the legal regulatory framework with a development agreement. The procedure to do that is a text amendment or a zone change.
So nothing below that, the text amendment zone change should be able to be modified by a development agreement?
Well, the developer can self-limit, as Stan
Self-limit,
just
yeah.
explained.
But not to expand upon what's
You
already
cannot
delineated
add
below.
something to the code that's not there by an agreement.
Now, how do you choose whether you do a development agreement or a performance agreement? Or are there other types of agreements that would be sort of lateral this way, or options?
I guess it depends on what you're trying to enforce. I would define a performance agreement as enforcing rules that are already in the code. They're required to follow these rules, and so the agreement is a legal means to enforce those rules by contract.
We're concerned that there are certain agreements within, say, a text amendment on this piece of property, and we're concerned they're already on the books, but either we don't know that we can enforce them, or we're not sure they're actually going to follow through on that, and so we put in an agreement saying we want to make sure you do this in some time frame, for instance.
Okay.
But it's still on us to enforce it.
It's still what?
On our end, our responsibility to enforce it.
If they don't move forward, it's on our end to enforce.
So it
That's
feels a
right.
bit redundant to say it's a performance agreement to make sure you do what should be done anyway, legally speaking. But is that used to to help mollify other sort of people who are concerned about this, or how do you use that generally speaking? Because it seems like it's redundant.
The development agreement?
A performance agreement.
Well, I guess the other word for performance agreement I would use is a bond.
Mhm.
People say, we're going to bond for the improvements. That's a way of saying we'll have a contractual agreement to assure that the improvements, or whatever it is, get done according to the code requirements.
We
And if
have
a
those
developer-
we have those in situations like our demolition ordinance, where we require a bond for them to landscape the property after a demolition, and it prevents us from having to just try to strong arm and force them. It gives us a financial leverage
Financial
to
leverage
enforce
there,
it.
but you couldn't use a financial leverage in a development agreement necessarily, though.
Yes, you could.
You could do that there.
For instance, it depends on the nature of the agreement. For instance, most performance agreements will go to the provision of public improvements, a street.
Mhm.
A development agreement might go further and talk about improvements on a particular piece of property. It's going to be developed according to a certain design or something. So the question then becomes, if the agreement fails for some reason, what does the government want to do to step up to make anything happen? So if a project starts, presumably you want it to finish in the manner in which it was anticipated and not be half done. I think probably one of the examples of I don't know if there was a development agreement or what it provided, but I'll use this example since people are, I think, aware of it, and that's the Midtown project on State Street in Orem. It sat there for many years in a half-finished state. Could a development agreement have helped that? Possibly, because most agreements will say, for instance, you either put cash in the bank or you give us a letter of credit or some other means of giving us a financial security that the city can draw on to assure the improvements are completed as anticipated. Normally, those improvements will be limited to public improvements. And again, most development agreements will give the developer the option of deciding whether or not he wants to proceed with the project. But having begun, then the government's interest is to make sure that it's finished to a certain point so it doesn't provide problems for the government or the people that live there.
Okay. So I can't imagine there's another option at that level other than a development agreement which would restrict existing capacities within the text amendment or the zoning, or a performance agreement which would enforce the existing understandings. There wouldn't be another option on that level type of agreement we'd use, or are there other options that people have used?
Couldn't you use a deed restriction on the property?
If voluntarily agreed to.
Right,
yes.
if the parties both agreed upon it.
You could put a use restriction, a covenant on the land.
Right.
But again, a covenant on the land is only as good as the people willing to step up to enforce it. So just because it's on the books doesn't necessarily mean it'll work without enforcement.
Thank you.
Aaron, did you have
Politics change after projects happen, and that makes it hard sometimes for the government to step up and do the enforcement, even though the paperwork's all in place.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know we're running out of time, but I wondered, Neil, in all of your experience with other municipalities and our own, if you see a positive correlation between an increase in use of development agreements and that being an indicator for a need for zoning ordinance change.
Ideally, local government keeps its code up to date. And we spend a lot of time talking about what ought to be in land use. So if once you do that, then you need to make sure your code follows through and implements, if you will, by law what ought to be. If your code does a good job of that, I'd say there's probably little need for a development agreement. But if your code is out of date, then a development agreement provides a mechanism for a developer to accomplish things that the code wouldn't allow, or, as I said earlier, as a means of providing capital improvements and getting a reimbursement for it. But
The more of these we do, the more I feel that that the impetus for development agreements is one of our best indicators for need for zoning change. Not necessarily a change of zone from existing to another existing, but the code of the zoning itself. And they are an awkward tool that I wish we weren't using as regularly as we are, and yet I don't see a more clear communication between the natural market and the government that would tell us what we need to change and you know, what the market is asking for.
The key policy question, Aaron, to me is, when should you rezone the property? Now, I'll give you one example. In the state of Maryland, where I practiced, after they completed a master plan amendment, all the property was rezoned immediately to what the master plan anticipated. Well, the improvements weren't there yet, and so the whole ball game was in the subdivision approval procedure and getting the improvements. On the other hand, in Utah, we do wait-and-see zoning, which is the other end of the spectrum. You have to decide to what degree are you going to rezone property in advance of development and put the rules in place in advance of development for that property. And if you can anticipate that correctly or reasonably correctly, then that makes it easier for the development community to come in, know what the process is going to be, know that the zoning is already there, and they don't have to go through the legislative process, which just takes more time for them, and frankly can be a cost to them when the process doesn't go as fast or where they want it to go.
Thanks, Neil. Thanks for your expertise tonight.
Nick, did you have a follow-up?
I was just going to say, like, a prime example of that is one of the recent development agreements, the South Temple 11th East rezone, where the council identified that there potentially was a text change that needed to be considered. And after the development agreement was finalized, or excuse me, at the same time, a legislative action was initiated. So just to reinforce your point there, they can help identify that change.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Lisa.
In the report, Nick, you showed us the city recorder's office had compiled the list of development agreements, and 13 since 2013. On that list, do we know of any of those expired? And I'm looking at those, and I remember many of those from when I was on the Planning Commission.
We need to track that information down exactly. The only ones that I know that have expired or that were not completed was the Epic Brewing, where they came back for an extension. The first one, the Capital Center Properties, they just let that lapse. But the rest, from my understanding, is they had finished them out.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Any other questions or comments? Neil and Nick, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. It's been very helpful. Thanks. Next item on our agenda is item 7. We're talking about council priorities of stable street funding, which is a working title. Ben is here to just take us through. This is the first opportunity we've had to do some follow-up on priorities. Lehu's email also mapped out how we've looked at scheduling these priorities over the upcoming bit. So Ben is our guinea pig. So and he knows that. So we have asked for, the staff has asked for any input on the format in this staffing report to see if there are things that would be more helpful. How can the staff help us facilitate this ongoing conversation? So he's going to be looking for comments as well as process comments or things in the process that would be helpful. That's great. Ben, go ahead.
So I'm just going to give a quick recap of what staff heard at the retreat. And there were a few key points that stuck out to staff. The first one is that the current situation is not sustainable. It's akin to a structural deficit where our ongoing needs for street maintenance funding are not matched by the ongoing revenues for that need. And there's 2 causes that seem to be pushing this issue. The first one is the rate of deterioration is accelerating. So without regular maintenance, the street deteriorates faster and faster. So doing nothing is a costly option. The other factor is the window of opportunity to do the maintenance. Once it passes, reconstruction is the only option that remains, which is the most expensive option. The council seems to be interested in looking at all of the funding options that are available to fix this structural deficit. And in the report, we've listed the 3 major funding options, and there's many variations within each of these 3. And the 3 funding options are bonding, tax increases, and then creation of a transportation utility fee. The council also focused on using the best information available to say what is the cost and what's the current condition for our street network. And this should be provided by the pavement condition survey that the council funded in CIP for this fiscal year. And this is the survey where a truck with lots of sensors will drive every road in the city, all 1,855 miles, and then output what are the conditions for that section of the street. And the last key takeaway from the retreat discussion was whatever the funding solutions are that the council wants to pursue is coming up with some kind of a public outreach and engagement plan attached to those funding solutions. As far as what the goal is for this fiscal year, or for this calendar year, what's a realistic goal, staff is suggesting council approval of an increased and sustainable funding plan. Not necessarily implementing the plan or even having increased funding to spend, but saying this is what we think a sustainable plan is moving forward. The staff report, it outlines tasks that we would pursue over the coming year, and we also list possible requests of the administration. And you'll see there are 6 straw polls for council consideration. We don't necessarily need an answer on all 6 of these right now, but these are forks in the road that we see coming up that it would be helpful if the council would say, we would like to go this way or that way, or we don't want to go here at all. And with that brief intro, I'll turn it over for discussion, questions.
Ben, before we do that, can we just, can I get a clarification? Did I hear you say that your suggestion might be that our outcome is a financial funding plan? Is that accurate?
For this calendar year, it seems reasonable to have a plan, not necessarily implementing the plan, but coming up with one for this year seems like a feasible, what's a success look like?
Okay, and I just want to say, I think that's sort of brilliant. So if you came up with that, kudos.
Thank you.
So I like the idea we have some sort of measurable target. So comments, questions? Let's start questions. Anybody got a question? Lisa.
Yes, I do. Starting at the beginning where you talk about solutions, one of them you talk about the information and having that survey done. Do we know when that will be completed?
I don't know when it will be completed. I
Ask Public Services to provide us with that information.
Absolutely.
It looks like we may have help here in the audience.
Jeff, you just hanging out? I'm thinking you might be here for this topic.
Just maybe.
Jeff, do you mind if we call on you? I know you're not scheduled, but you can probably answer that question, or at least tell us where we are.
I have a follow-up to it too, Jeff, after you answer that.
Okay. Yes, so to answer your first question, we anticipate the actual survey to be completed sometime midsummer, and then incorporating that into our new cartograph pavement management system. We're working with that team right now to get that up and running, so I would expect this fall we'll have really good information to work from.
Great, and as part of that information, will it tell us which streets need to be completely redone and which ones just need repair so that we can segregate those?
As far as rehabilitation versus overlay versus treatments, yes, it'll provide us with the roadmap for, no pun intended, for getting things completed.
So,
and give us a better, I mean, what we've presented and put together to date is based on modeling efforts that are not as refined as what we'll have available to us. And so we're projecting from the 2012 survey right now. So my hope is that we'll have much better information to make decisions from.
for example, then that it would come back and the information would indicate 27th South needs a complete rebuild. It's a disaster. It swallows Mini Coopers daily. And another street needs some work, but it's not horrible. So that kind of data will be available from the survey that we're doing?
Yes, it will.
Great. Okay, thank you.
And so you expect that fall, September, October?
Yeah, I'm hoping that we have this system set up, and again, we're working with the people who developed the system. So I'm hoping that it'll be pretty seamless once we get this data to put it into this new database management system, and then, you know, have the immediate information of what condition our pavements are in, and then from there projecting, you know, 5 years out, 10 years out. It'll provide us with much better modeling.
And so, Jeff, one of my concerns in the past is we've self-limited our proposals for replacement based on our funding, current funding, and that model's not serving us well. And so I hope what I hear you saying is we are going to talk about the reality of the gap and then start figuring out ways to plug that gap.
Yes, I would welcome that conversation.
Okay.
I think that's great.
Yes, James, and then Aaron.
So, Ben, my question is, in the staff report, under staff identified items, the matching programs, can you help me understand how the street, I know we do the 50-50 match with curb and gutter. How would that work with the streets?
So
We're talking, for example, 2700 South, everybody along there signing up and saying, we want to do an SAA for that area to redo the street as a 50-50.
So that's definitely an option. I'm not aware of other cities that have it because of the large price option. I mean, going from sidewalk, curb and gutter to streets is an order of magnitude larger. But that's not to say there aren't neighborhoods that would be interested. So whether that's something you want us to look into, we can see if other cities have done it. We could certainly check with community councils to say, is this something anyone would be interested in? And at least put the feelers out there to see, is this realistic?
Do you know of anything, Jeff, where other cities have done something similar to that?
SAAs for pavement management, I am not aware of that. I mean, for sidewalk rehab, curb and gutter rehab, utilities, yes. I'm not sure as far as pavement management is concerned.
When we did 9th and 9th, there was an SAA around that project. And did we separate the funding from the SAA out to specifically curb and gutter, or did we just say, here's the entire project cost, here's what the SAA could fund? Because they didn't fund 100%.
I don't know.
So I think that would be good
apologize.
information to have. Jennifer might have that information.
Just recalling from that time. That was treated as a singular budget that had many elements to it, and the business owners paid 50%. And so, you know, it's hard to say exactly which dollar went where, but it was certainly presented as a whole. But I think it was communicated to the business owners that their SAA contribution was really for the enhancements. So it wasn't just the basic city street. Obviously, it was the lighting and the signage and, you know, street amenities, that kind of stuff.
So I think there might be situations, James, where I would want to say that could be an option, in particular if we're looking at some small business districts or 300 West or something like that, where we really end up having to do curb, gutter, trees, maybe lighting or something like that. If it's a really kind of a comprehensive rebuild of a enhancement.
If you're transforming a commercial street into a complete street.
Right. So I think that it certainly could be an option on some limited locations. Aaron.
I just want to do one follow-up.
Okay.
I don't think the city's ever looked into this, or maybe the program already exists with a 50-50 match. I'm wondering about smaller nonprofits on the curb and gutter 50-50 match, because I know that on Japantown, on their street, the curb and gutter is just eroded away, and it's really expensive for them to try and come up with the money to do that. Is that something we've looked at for nonprofits?
I don't.
No?
I'm just looking at Parvis, no.
Okay. I'm wondering if that is something that we would like to look at as well as for nonprofits.
Right, and I think our ordinance defines that process right now, and I want to say it's for adjacent property owners, but that's something that could be looked at.
Thanks, Aaron.
I wanted to say that I love this outline, the format of it. It's fantastic. And I hope that we keep being able to tackle our big priority complex issues in this broken down, digestible, actionable way. Nice work.
Thank you.
So I'm going to walk through my notes as quickly as I can. at the beginning, the citywide pavement condition survey section, I would like to request an update on the timeline for the completion, even though we just talked about that a little bit. And I do want to know if those results will be immediately publicly available, because I think we're talking about major funding considerations, and the sooner we can start those public dialogues, the better.
Yes, it will be.
That's an official response?
An
Jeff?
official
Okay,
response.
great.
It's
We're moving
within our
quickly.
It's actually incorporated within our GIS system. So
What
it
do you
kind of
mean?
marries together this new pavement management program. It marries with the existing GIS, so that is available to the public.
Okay, to the bonding scenarios, I don't understand how that's a straw poll. What elements of the county's rolling ZAP bond model should the city emulate? Do you want to enumerate the different elements, or is this for future discussion or something?
So, looking at this again, I think it would be better for a future discussion. The question is from the council's retreat, because the example of ZAP came up as a rolling bond program. Some council members liked the idea of this, as well as some of the public outreach elements of ZAP, but I think it might be helpful to have a summary of what ZAP is, what their process is, for council members to see in front of them when they talk about this.
And I think that was in response to those short-term loans and renewing and that sort of thing. And
Rolling bonds.
Yeah, the rolling bonds. And ZAP came up as a model of that because they have a renewal process for ZAP. So it may or may not end
When
up
we
being
get closer
appropriate.
to that bond discussion potential.
Right.
Okay, and I do want, as I think is clear, to assess that scenario for the RDA bond for the project area infrastructure needs, and then going back if needed to work with the bond council to identify the capacity in the RDA and in the city. And sorry, I lost all my notes and then they just came back to me, so pardon my clumsiness here. That annual level of funding need really seems premature at this point, but when we get to the transportation utilities section, I do want to request that cost justification study, and I think it'd be fantastic to have Reed Ewing come and speak with us about the mechanism of Tufts. And so that's my official request for that. And it also seems like, while the amount of money is not yet decided, or maybe it is, that it would be worthwhile for us to start talking with the administration about their support for different bonding approaches sooner than later.
So yes. And one of the ways that Ben has laid this out, and the staff have laid this out, is you see the two sides, and I really like it too, Ben, but the idea that there's a legislative role for us, but there's administrative components as well. And so how can we follow up on those administrative components? And so I don't know quite what that looks like yet, but yes, I do think there is a conversation with the administration about any work they're doing around some potential funding models, because I think they're very aware of this issue as well. And we probably figure out how to do that in a briefing update. But it's a distinct conversation. It's not about the problem. It's about solutions to the problem. So I'm not quite sure what that timing is.
Okay, then the last point is just a subset really of that discussion with the administration about the $300,000 that we had appropriated for the rec bond. I would like to keep that money set aside for the potential of this infrastructure financing process.
Okay. Other questions or comments?
Aaron, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, if I can jump in there on top of Aaron.
Okay. Go ahead.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure I'd interpret your laugh. So, Aaron, are you suggesting that we keep that $300,000 set aside for something other than a rec bond and scrap the rec bond altogether?
Ooh, I hope we get to have a discussion about this body's interest in the rec bond before we shift it. And
Okay.
I don't know where our chair
Okay.
is aligning that in our agendas.
Yeah, it's getting crammed in somewhere. So, yes. Yeah, we would have to have a conversation and at least a conversation and some sort of indication from the body as to whether or not we shift that money. Actually, and while we're on the transportation utility fee, we do have a couple of straw polls here that seem like they might be appropriate for today if you're ready. I don't want to rush you on this, so if you need additional information, but the cost justification study and the information from experts seems like we could get that started if you feel like that's a good option. My understanding is that utility fees don't realistically begin to cover our gap, but we should know what that looks like, because it could be a part of our solution. Probably not all of our solution, but a part of it. I see Jeff nodding. But are you prepared? Can I do some straw polling today on that? Are you okay if we go ahead with those two? So the first one, we're under the transportation utility fees. First straw poll, does the council want to request a cost justification study to produce a potential fee range from the administration for or from independent consultants? Oh, that's two. You double whammied me on it, Ben. So do we want to do it? First, do we want to do a cost justification study? Like we have unanimous support. Do we care if that comes from, well, actually what I would suggest is let's send that to the administration and see what they recommend, either internal or external. How's that? Does that work? Does the council want to hear from an expert? We have one locally. Yes, that's unanimous. So let's go ahead with those two items, Ben. Ben,
Ask a question
Sure.
about that, Mr.
Sure.
Chair. And Jeff, maybe you know the answer to this. Do you know, with the TUF, can we charge it to non-tax paying properties?
yes, we can.
I don't know that.
I think I know the answer. Yes, we can. However, the model that we've been looking at in Provo, they specifically exempted tax-exempt properties, but that was their decision,
Okay,
not.
it wasn't state law or anything. Okay.
It
All
would
right,
be
I
very
like
much
that.
like stormwater or lighting. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Chair, for
Yes,
you,
Erin.
as we get, I just want to say that I really want to have a broad view discussion as we go along with these big bonding discussions about the need for fleet to have this kind of a discussion and the potential for a transit master plan phase 1 implementation discussion. That I know we can't have them all at once, but these are all very real potential bonding scenarios and probably others that I could see how we could just based on the calendar stack them up in XYZ order and thereby alter the possibility of Z from being accomplished. And I just want us to be cognizant of these major funding conversations.
Housing's another one too that could
Exactly.
be an opportunity. So thank you for that, Aaron. I think that's important as we have these conversations, especially as we talk about revenue. These revenue sources could go to multiple projects or priorities. So we'll want to keep that in mind, and we'll try to remind each other of that. Ben, are there other straw polls that you need today to move forward?
I feel that I need to raise, does the council want to consider a tax increase this year?
Yes, that was what I was going to say. Don't you dare.
And the only reason I say that.
I'm going to trump you on that one. And no, we're not going to have that straw poll right now, only because I think it's a little premature to do that.
May I ask a question of Ben that this would be helpful when we have that further discussion? Is the only way to determine if residents would support a tax or bond specifically for streets is to have a ballot initiative, or is there another way? I mean, obviously polling or something like that, but is there some way for us to determine that? And I know we looked at how the voting broke down for UTA and all of that, and if that is that our best direction, or what's the best way to determine the appetite there is for a street-specific bond or tax.
And having said that, I really appreciate that information about the Prop 1 proposal, but unfortunately, I don't think we can tease out how much of that was for streets and how much of that was for transit. My guess would be, based on some of the district responses, a lot of people saw that as a transit opportunity, not necessarily a street opportunity, because we didn't make that distinction in the ballot initiative.
Yeah, that's definitely a wrinkle for extrapolating the Prop 1 results to just streets, is we really don't know how to tease those two things out. It's an indicator, but it's definitely not a one-for-one comparison. As far as gauging community support, you can always go the quantitative route of doing the polling or, having a public opinion survey, but you can also go the qualitative route, which is simply doing a robust public process to say how much interest, how much support are we getting from doing open houses, from talking to the community councils, open city hall, all the typical outreach we would do. So usually best practice is you do both.
Combination.
Exactly. But if you wanted to focus on more the qualitative, we can certainly do a robust public process, especially if there's funding.
And the only thing that I was going to add is I think depending on the financing mechanism you choose, you don't necessarily need to have, quote unquote, voter support to do, for example, a transportation utility fee or a property tax increase with a sales tax bond. That's something that you guys can decide on yourselves. And, obviously the voters may have feelings about it and may let you know if they're not happy with it. But to me, I think there's two questions when it comes to support. There's, the general support of the community, and then there are certain financing mechanisms that you need their support in order to have the financing mechanism.
So Jennifer and Ben, something else I want to throw on the table is our, I don't remember what we called it, our survey process. Remember when we did the mailed out survey for Citizens United? We have a mechanism for actually asking citizens their opinion on specific things. And so we might want to throw that into the mix as one of those options for.
Just don't put it out when ballots go in the mail.
Well, yeah.
That
So
was
there-
terrible
I think
last time.
the challenge too is the cost effectiveness of it, right? Because if really you just want a poll of residents to see if they would eventually vote for a GO bond, you might be better advised to just put it on the ballot,
Right.
and see if they'd vote
or
for it.
just do a poll survey,
Right,
some
or-
sort
or a
of
regular
sample
poll,
survey.
right?
Yeah,
Which is much less expensive.
Yeah. So, but
I
it-
think, yeah.
I think it's just something we should throw in there as,
Cool.
as a tool. So, Charlie.
So on the tax increase issue, even though we're not doing a straw poll, I just want to say that having previously supported or been very, very supportive of the previous tax increase that we did specifically for infrastructure funding, only to have that rerouted from the intent that we told our constituents and that justified our decision to increase taxes. I am not going to be supportive of a tax increase until we can figure out how to guarantee when we tell our constituents that we're going to be increasing taxes for a specific reason. I'm not comfortable doing that without some sort of a way to follow that money and ensure that it is spent the way that that we intended it to be spent.
And we looked into that question at length at the time, and I think the limitation that we always found ourselves running up against is that you can't bind a future council. That said,
However,
debt service binds
I
future
was gonna say,
councils, and
the
so
way you
I
do
think your
that.
answer is bonding, frankly.
Yeah,
And that-
I think you're right.
And I totally agree with that.
I think
So-
I think that is one of the solutions, is to tie it to a bond,
Right.
A tax increase specifically to a bond. But that's what
Lessons learned.
we're going to talk about.
Lessons learned.
Okay.
Thank
So as you look this over, council members, we're going to try to use this format for all of our priorities this year. And so keep in mind a couple of things. We want to try to clearly identify what the policy direction is for this body, what kind of policy action we need to take, but we also want to track the administrative functions and response from the administration. So we want to hear about both of those things, but we're going to try to categorize those so that we can track them in the appropriate arena so that we make progress. So that was our intent with this. So any other comments or questions right now, Derek, and then Andrew?
Yeah, I just want to echo what Aaron said about the format of this. I really like the way this is laid out. It's really helpful for me to kind of imagine where we're going on this priority. And to your statement earlier, Mr. Chair, about Proposition 1 and the data that we have here, you know, it is hard for us to tease out what they were voting for, whether it was UTA or, you know, referendum on UTA, or if they were looking to support infrastructure. But I think that there might be an opportunity as we explore this a little bit more in depth later this year to tie our coming transit master plan to our infrastructure priority, and maybe then tie it to a bond of some sort. But I just want to make sure that we are always kind of talking about the opportunity to link the master plan, the transit master plan, with infrastructure.
Thank you, Derek. I'm reminded of a former transportation director who used to say buses need roads too. So, yes, Andrew.
I like what's been said, and I like the goal as it's stated right now, because we need a viable plan in order to compare that to other priorities in the city. And whether to get ahead of ourselves and jump into a bond discussion or revenue increases is sort of secondary, because unless we have a plan, we can't make some good judgments about what we're going to prioritize in the allocation. And we're going to have a hard time selling it to anybody. So I don't want to get too bogged down in those discussions without missing the whole point of getting a plan in place that hits the target we need to hit, that's sustainable, and then have the discussion about housing and open space or parks or whatever else we're going to be discussing. As far as they're going to need revenue, right? So I don't want to get distracted too much on that piece as we get forward. So thank you for this format. I appreciate that very much.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Thank you all, staff. Our next one is economic development, which I think we've scheduled for March 7th, and then we do housing after that. So our goal is to at least give these all a first view before the budget starts, and keep in mind that a lot of the conversations we have around these might be really good topics to bring up in the budget process. So thank you. We have a legislative briefing. It's Lynn. Yeah, Lynn and David are both here. So Lynn and David, if you could come up. I'm going to ask you to try to keep it as high level or as critical as you can. Meaning, if you need information from us or if you want feedback, that's probably where we might start, because you have about 15 minutes to summarize the entire legislative process at a little more than halfway through.
When things go wrong.
No, we're not there right now. So I don't know. I mean, I think we are continuing to work through a number of pending items. You
Lynn,
need to know
could you pull that microphone a little closer? We're having
that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Anyway, clearly we're at the stage of the session where all of the interesting things start to happen. And so just to give you a sense, we have not yet seen the key homeless legislation. We've not yet seen the key alcohol legislation. And the legislature is talking about maybe initiating tax reform or looking at sales tax putting sales tax back on food. Those are all bills that have not yet surfaced. So notwithstanding all of the dialogue that has occurred to date, we're still waiting to see that legislation, and then it will move quickly once it surfaces. So, but I think we know what our position is on those issues. So I don't know that we need direction from the council on that. My intention this evening was just to run through sort of where we are on various items, but in the interest of time, I don't know if there's topics that you have questions about first, and our time may be better spent focusing on your questions than on my summary.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Anybody have specific questions of Lynn or David? When will it be over? That's my only question. No, I'm
2.5 weeks.
I'm kidding. I know you've got that calendar with the X's on it.
Yep.
So James.
I guess the most pressing issues first, right? That's where I would start.
Okay, just in terms of summary.
Mm-hmm.
What I intended to do was just to very quickly run through our list of priorities and tell you sort of what we're seeing on each of those. And we'll be quick on this unless you have further questions. Number one priority was the homeless funding for homeless facilities and services. There are a number of bills, just to give you a sense. This was a bill, a list that was, but most of these are sort of ancillary legislation on other things like panhandling and affordable housing, good landlord, things like that. They're not the core issue of funding the facilities. And that's where David has been spending most of his time working with the legislature to try and iron out those details. There is a bill being drafted by Representative Elison. It remains to be seen whether or not that will be the bill or whether he will have a bill and then leadership will have another bill. I think there is still strong support for the funding. The real question is not whether or not we'll get that support, but the terms and conditions that will come with the funding. And that's where, as is always the case, the devil is in the details. So that dialogue is ongoing. Item number 2 on our list was housing set aside in RDA project areas. Just by way of information, that bill came up this morning in committee. It was held, but only because the sponsor was not prepared to present. I expect that bill will come back again tomorrow afternoon. There is, I think, a broad divergence of opinion about the merits of that bill. For those that are support more affordable housing, we're obviously anxious to preserve that 10% set aside, but there's a fairly sizable group that is interested in rolling that back. So we're working, very actively working on that. Affordable housing, in addition to the RDA bill I just mentioned, there's a bill sponsored by Representative Edwards that has passed the House and is really, I think, circled on the Senate, waiting to see how much funding is available. But that appears to be the primary vehicle for securing additional revenues for affordable housing. Watershed protection, as I have mentioned, I think we've been successful, at least for this year, in putting off any legislation that would seriously undermine our watershed protection. It doesn't mean the issue has gone away, but I think the threat of running a bill this session has subsided. And I think while there will be further dialogue on the issue, and we welcome that, because I think as we are able to tell our story and to explain the rationale behind our watershed protections, people seem to understand that and seem to, it's not hard to tell our story or to justify that when we get a chance to tell our story.
So Lynn, on that issue particularly, I think some of the push we didn't anticipate this year. So, I mean, it feels like we've responded well. And I know it's hard to imagine what happens after the next 2.5 weeks. But do we have a specific sort of strategy for moving forward through the year on that?
Yes, there's been a dialogue with the Quality Growth Commission, and that's really not been the focus. The dialogue has then moved to the State Legislative Committee for the Stewardship of Public Lands. And in this broader dialogue that you've seen a lot of talk about in the press about how we manage public lands and what our roles are, we have said that we would welcome the opportunity to brief them, to take them on a field trip, to explain how we do what we do and why. They have welcomed that. My sense is that that committee may not meet again until May or June. So I expect that there will be further dialogue both with that group and with the Executive Water Task Force and the State Water Committee, I think it is. Anyway, all of those groups. So as I say, I don't think the issue has gone away, but having an opportunity where we can explain the policy reasons behind those existing regulations, I think is enormously valuable to us. So we welcome that. We also had on our list just things to watch out for, any legislation affecting the Northwest Quadrant or any legislation affecting the airport. Neither of those, there have not been any bills on either of those topics, but we should not take false comfort in that because there has been lots and lots of dialogue on both of those issues. and I expect there will continue to be dialogue exploring various options. One issue that relative, not necessarily to the airport, but one bill that has been filed and that is moving through the system is Senate Bill 174, which is entitled Public Transit and Governance. And the bill on its face would completely restructure the UTA board, how board members are selected, a number of them, and then create a task force to study all modes of transportation, which presumably would be roads, transit, and airports as well. There's a sizable group that seems to feel that it doesn't make sense to restructure the UTA board and then to study it. And so there's a dialogue out there saying, you know, why don't you drop that first part about restructuring the board? Let's study it. And then if the study shows that a restructuring is justified, then we come back and do that next year.
So
Senator Harper would bristle at me saying this, but I think that's likely the outcome of that bill.
So and assuming that seems like a good move forward. Assuming that goes forward, do we have a position on that particular piece of legislation? It removes our representation on UTA boards.
Well, I think if they were to restructure the bill to the board today, yes, that would concern us. I think we would oppose it for that reason. If the bill gets scaled back to just a study and a task force, then it's hard to quarrel with that. And what they're really looking for is the synergy in cooperation and in both in financing and prioritization of funding models, because the state wants to be proactive in finding ways for UDOT to be able to cooperate rather than compete with transit. And I think that's all very positive. They're looking on a broad scale on all transportation, and we would certainly participate in that dialogue and see where it goes. But
all right, I can't resist the opportunity just to say, in this state, anything taking priority over roads would shock me.
Well,
so that's what makes me nervous about this direction, is that it just adds potentially more resources to roads than it does to any kind of comprehensive transportation management. So,
and we share your concerns, but as I say, it's pretty hard to say we shouldn't study something. So, the next item we had on our list was changes to alcohol legislation, specifically for the Eccles Theater. That bill is in progress, but it has not yet surfaced.
Is that wrapped into the comprehensive alcohol Zion Curtin bill? This all coming at once? Because there were several bills floating.
Correct. Apparently, there would be two, relative to what you were just asking about, there would be two separate bills, one addressing the so-called Zion Curtin and one addressing alcohol licensing at public event facilities like the Eccles Theater.
So is that sporting event, public venue kind of? There was I heard of something that I think the chamber was looking at around a sports arena kind of overlay.
That would be yet a third proposal to deal with licensing, signage, and perhaps revenues for sports facilities and
districts. Yeah,
I forget what the name is. But those are all sort of separate pieces, and we don't have bill language on any of them. So it's still just talk. The next one we had was short-term residential rentals. We do have a bill on that one. I think I mentioned that last time I was here. The bill in its present form would authorize the short-term rental of owner-occupied property. And that bill has passed out of a House committee. It's now moving toward the House floor, but with substantial ongoing dialogue with the League and many other interested parties.
Regardless of licensing or?
No, what this would do is it would simply prevent cities from prohibiting that land use.
Okay.
Having said that, we would be free to license, inspect, to tax like we do other rental properties.
So, not to get too far in the weeds, but in a situation where a municipality just refuses to deal with it, I mean, you could not prohibit it, but not allow it.
Correct. And I would expect, bear in mind that most of Utah's cities and towns, like 200 out of the 300, are less than 10,000 people. Those, in most of those communities, they don't update their ordinances. They just say, well, state law is what it is. And so they would, in a lot of communities, I think if this bill were to pass in its present form, they would allow the state law to trump whatever their local ordinance is and just deal with it in that fashion.
Mr. Chair, just a quick follow-up question with that. And Lynn, does it still have in the ordinance that they cannot enforce off of websites if they see it like on Airbnb or VRBO? Is that correct?
The last version that I saw, and this may not be current, but the last version I saw that said that they could not use that as an exclusive method of enforcement, meaning the mere fact that you advertise on a website doesn't give the city the right to enforce without other evidence that you're actually conducting prohibited activity. Does that answer your question?
How does that, maybe you can help me.
So is that levels of legal or illegal? I mean,
What's that?
It feels like somehow you're assigning levels of illegal behavior. If we have this level of proof, but not additional levels of proof.
The sponsor has an interesting view on this. His view is that as a matter of free speech, you can put whatever you want on a website. So unless you have evidence that they're actually doing it, the posting on a website alone is not sufficient.
So does this supersede HOAs and that type of thing as well?
No, this would, I think, let me think through this. This would simply prohibit municipalities in ordinance adoption. I do not think that this legislation would have the ability to circumvent a binding contract between private condo owners, for example, or CC&Rs in a community, because the state legislation can interfere with existing contracts. But I haven't thought through that in detail. So, okay, trying to be quick here. Internet sales tax. Senate Bill 110 has passed out of the Senate with one dissenting vote. It's off to the House, which is where the problem might lie. But we are actively working that bill to continue to advance the dialogue on the need to create a level playing field for all. I'm sorry? Margaret Dayton. So, and anyway, so we are optimistic that there's actually that bill and another one, I think it's Senate Bill 80, which is Senator Harper, has a sort of a different approach, but those two bills are both moving through the system.
80 is the education. Senate Bill 80 is the education.
You're right. Got the wrong number. Anyway, Senator Harper has a bill. We had on the list of priorities opioid abuse. There are probably half a dozen bills dealing either with that issue specifically or pharmaceutical reform or tightening up regulations, all of which have been favorably received and seem to be moving through the process, getting favorable review and getting approvals along the way. There's too many of those to report on specifically. And then the last one we had on our list was impact fees for public safety. I can tell you there's only been one impact fee bill that I've seen, and that's a bill that clarifies, so-called, that if you don't use impact fees within the 6 years, that the money goes back to the original owner, not to the purchasers of the properties. So, anyway, that's a quick rundown of our priorities. There's obviously a lot more going on as well beyond those, but I thought that might be the most helpful to you just in terms of reviewing the landscape. Do you have any specific questions, or do you have time for more? Time or interest for more?
Thanks, Lynn. I appreciate it.
Anything you want to add?
All right.
Okay.
Hang in there.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Do we have announcements? We don't have any announcements, so we don't have reports. So dinner is served over here, and we'll reconvene across the hall at 7 o'clock for our meeting. Thank you.
watching Capital City News, your connection to Salt Lake City government. I'm your host, Poonam Kumar. For this week's episode of Capital City News, we'll be talking to Sophia Nicholas with the city's Department of Sustainability about ways we can help clear the air. And our History Minute is about Utah's 15th governor, Olene Walker. Let's start off with our legislative update and look back. Board members of the Redevelopment Agency of Salt Lake City have chosen Derek Kitchen as the vice chair for 2017. This is Kitchen's second consecutive year as vice chair. He serves in leadership with Lisa Adams, whose 2-year term as chair finishes at the end of this year. The board is made up of members of the City Council. Throughout the month of January, the city welcomed public input on building design, safety and security issues, and more on 4 new homeless resource centers at a series of workshops, community council, and city council meetings. To share your input, visit Open City Hall at peakdemocracy.com/4278. The next public opportunity to provide comments will be held on Tuesday, February 7th at 7 p.m. at the next City Council formal meeting. On the opening day of the Utah legislative session, over 6,000 people filled the Utah State Capitol Rotunda, following the National Women's March to call out attention to local women's rights issues, discrimination, sexual assault prevention, and more. The event was one of the largest Capitol demonstrations in Salt Lake City. Longtime business leader and philanthropist Tom Guinea was presented with a key to the city from Mayor Jackie Biskupski for his 36 years of building community, historic preservation work, and ongoing leadership in the Salt Lake City restaurant industry. During the winter months, Salt Lake City experiences red alert days, better known as inversion. And oftentimes this can lead to major air pollution and health effects. Sophia Nicholas, Communications Manager for the City Sustainability Department, is here to share with us how we can help clear the air.
The city has really taken air quality seriously. Every time we have an inversion, our air pollution doubles in the valley. And so we need to do everything we can internally and externally to encourage folks to reduce their contribution to the air. So for the city, that means reducing the amount of driving, reducing the emissions from our fleet vehicles, improving our energy efficiency, and promoting renewables. Individuals really can make a difference to our air quality. Sometimes it's really frustrating to look out into the muck and not see the mountains and just feel like you really can't help us, but our air pollution really is comprised of many different sources. And so the biggest things that you can do as an individual are to avoid driving alone in your car, and there are a lot of ways you can do that, to reduce the emissions coming from your home, whether that's through not burning wood or making sure your furnace is tuned up and running well. The one thing that people don't necessarily realize is that the products that they use in their home, whether they're personal care products or cleaning supplies or other type of home repair products, actually put out volatile organic compounds, or VOCs, and those add up to some of the particulate pollution that we see in our inversions in the winter. And so as much as you can, avoid using aerosols for your hairspray or your room freshener or carpet cleaner and whatnot. And if you have any questions about the products that you want to use that are lower emission, you can go to the EPA's website. I think it's Safer Choice Products, and those will provide some low emissions options, including low VOC paints. If you want to learn more and find out how you can make a difference, go to slcgreen.com. We have an air quality menu that talks more about what you can do, and then if you'd like to remind yourself about what we're doing, you can click on that there. The other great resource is UCAIR, and that's ucair.org, and they have just done a fantastic job really breaking it down for people and how they can make a difference.
Next up is our History Minute.
Olene Walker, the first female governor of the state of Utah, was born Olene Smith in 1930. She received a bachelor's degree at Brigham Young University, her master's at Stanford, and completed her doctorate at the University of Utah, making her the only Utah governor to hold a PhD. Before she took her post as governor, she served in the state legislature for 8 years before deciding to run for Congress. It was in the midst of her burgeoning campaign that Mike Leavitt asked her to run as his lieutenant governor in the 1992 election. She decided she'd be able to do more good for the cause of education as lieutenant governor and accepted that post, abandoning her congressional run. For 10 years, she served as lieutenant governor fighting for education causes. When Governor Leavitt left office, she filled his vacancy. serving as the first female governor until 2005. During her time, she focused on bettering education, helping defeat school voucher legislation, and created early reading initiatives that had her at odds with the legislature. After she left office, she created the Olene S. Walker School of Politics and Public Service at Weber State University, and the state honored her by naming the Olene Walker Housing Loan Fund to help low-income Utahns find affordable housing. She passed away at the age of 85 in 2015.
That's it for another episode of Capital City News. Thanks for tuning in. If you'd like to learn more about how you can help reduce the air pollution, visit slcgreen.com. For SLC TV, I'm Poonam Kumar. Thanks for watching Capital City News, your connection to Salt Lake City government. I'm your host, Poonam Kumar, and welcome behind the scenes where I'm on set in the SLC TV studio. For this week's episode, we'll talk to Virginia Pierce with the Utah Film Commission about Salt Lake City's active TV and filming scene. And our History Minute is about a Japanese delegation's accidental visit to Salt Lake. Let's start off with our legislative update and look back. At its last meeting, the City Council discussed the Gulf Enterprise Fund, which has experienced financial difficulties. The Council looked at revenue projections and opportunities to attract more players to city courses. Rather than relying on subsidies from other city funds, the Council asked the Mayor's office for a follow-up briefing to present new sustainable options for the fund. The Council also heard from a number of constituents who expressed their concerns about the city's selection of locations for the new homeless resource centers. Affordable housing, air quality, welcoming refugees, and economic development were among some of the important topics Salt Lake City Mayor Jackie Biskupski addressed in her second State of the City speech. To read the full transcript, visit slcmayorblog.com. Mayor Jackie Biskupski and community leaders launched Growing SLC, Salt Lake City's first affordable housing plan in 16 years. The 5-year plan is designed to strategically address short and long-term housing solutions. And to help keep the city's land affordable forever, Mayor Biskupski, joined by District 2 City Council member Andrew Johnston, also launched the creation of a community land trust, a path to affordable rental units and home ownership. No hate, no fear, refugees are welcome here, chanted several thousand people in the March for Utah Refugees, led by Mayor Biskupski. The event promoted a welcoming state for all while extending support to Utah's refugees. Councilmember Lisa Adams was also in attendance to show her support. Salt Lake City has become a popular destination for TV, film, and commercial production. The quaint neighborhoods, easy access from the airports to downtown, and the scenic mountain backdrops are some of the many reasons Salt Lake City attracts local and international filmmakers, including the Disney Channel. Virginia Pierce, Executive Director for the Utah Film Commission, gives us a behind-the-scenes look into the film industry.
The Utah Film Commission really is a state agency that markets the state of Utah for film production. We promote our local crew, our local cast, support services, equipment, everything that a film would need to have a great experience in Utah. We have great locations. We have locations you can't get anywhere else. We have the deserts, we have the mountains. We have a great professional crew, and that's the thing. You can have locations and you can have an incentive program, but if you don't have the infrastructure to support it, it really doesn't come all together. So that's where Utah really excels, is we have all of the tools. Last year we had 350 film permits happen all over the state. Almost 25% of those were in Salt Lake City. In 2016 we had $60 million of economic impact. And when you look at that's just on the projects that received an incentive from us. Another estimated $11 million in commercial production. Some examples are, there was a Walmart commercial played during the Olympics. We had the Disney Channel here all fall, and they fell in love with Liberty Park and shot there a lot. We have 2 films at Sundance that took advantage of Salt Lake City's locations. Brigsby Bear, they used a lot of locations. They used the Tower Theater on 9th and 9th, and that's got Mark Hamill, Kyle Mooney from Saturday Night Live wrote it and stars in it. There's another one called Small Town Crime that shot in and around the city that actually just got accepted to South by Southwest, and that's got Octavia Spencer in it. Salt Lake does a great job of kind of doubling for Anytown USA. Liberty Park is a big one, and I think it's because it's so big. The avenues, the sort of 15th and 15th area, again, those can look like Anytown. One is our basic motion picture incentive program we've had since 2011. That is a tax credit incentive that gives you up to 25% back as a filmmaker on what you spend in Utah. This year, we started a new program called the Community Film Incentive Program for projects that are community-based, that tell Utah stories. We're looking for diversity. We're looking for new filmmakers, new directors, new writers. You know, it's that next step up from a student film. So you're really creating economic development, but you're keeping it here. Our website, film.utah.gov, has some great information. It's such a great agency to really help you get your film made.
Next up is our History Minute.
In 1871, while Utah was still just a territory struggling towards statehood, Japan was going through a transformation of its own. The more than 250-year reign of the Tokugawa shogunate had come to a close, putting an end to the feudalist system that had marked Japan for centuries. In its place rose the Meiji Restoration, a movement that led to the advances of modern Japan, both socially and in style of government. In 1871, the new Japanese government sent a massive delegation to the United States to learn about our political, agricultural, and educational systems. Dubbed the Iwakura Mission, this group of more than 100 Japanese statesmen, samurai, scholars, and students set out across the sea to learn what they could about how to form the future of their country. They arrived in San Francisco and shortly set out east with the intention of stopping in Chicago on their way to Washington, D.C. Thanks to inclement weather, they arrived in Salt Lake City on February 3, 1872, and the weather kept this important delegation in the city for 19 days. There were welcomes and speeches from city officials and church leaders, and banquets and social events were thrown for these dignitaries. They even met with Brigham Young, which caused a bit of a row, as he was at the time under house arrest on federal murder charges for his part in the 1857 murder of a man named Richard Yates. After almost 3 weeks, the snow cleared from the pass enough for the Japanese delegation to continue their journey, but they left Salt Lake City as the longest stop on their mission. The residents of Salt Lake had an indelible impact on the Iwakura Mission and helped, in some small way, shape the future of Japan.
Well, there you have it. Thanks for watching another episode of Capital City News. Tune in next time. For SLC TV in studio, I'm Poonam Kumar. Watching Capital City News, your connection to Salt Lake City government. I'm your host, Poonam Kumar. For this week's episode of Capital City News, we'll be talking to Sophia Nicholas with the city's Department of Sustainability about ways we can help clear the air. And our History Minute is about Utah's 15th governor, Olene Walker. Let's start off with our legislative update and look back. Board members of the Redevelopment Agency of Salt Lake City have chosen Derek Kitchen as the vice chair for 2017. This is Kitchen's second consecutive year as vice chair. He serves in leadership with Lisa Adams, whose 2-year term as chair finishes at the end of this year. The board is made up of members of the City Council. Throughout the month of January, the city welcomed public input on building design, safety and security issues, and more on 4 new homeless resource centers at a series of workshops, community council, and city council meetings. To share your input, visit Open City Hall at peakdemocracy.com/4278. The next public opportunity to provide comments will be held on Tuesday, February 7th at 7 p.m. at the next City Council formal meeting. On the opening day of the Utah legislative session, over 6,000 people filled the Utah State Capitol Rotunda, following the National Women's March to call out attention to local women's rights issues, discrimination, sexual assault prevention, and more. The event was one of the largest Capitol demonstrations in Salt Lake City. Longtime business leader and philanthropist Tom Guinea was presented with a key to the city from Mayor Jackie Biskupski for his 36 years of building community, historic preservation work, and ongoing leadership in the Salt Lake City restaurant industry. During the winter months, Salt Lake City experiences red alert days, better known as inversion. And oftentimes this can lead to major air pollution and health effects. Sophia Nicholas, communications manager for the city sustainability department, is here to share with us how we can help clear the air.
The city has really taken air quality seriously. Every time we have an inversion, our air pollution doubles in the valley. And so we need to do everything we can internally and externally to encourage folks to reduce their contribution to the air. So for the city, that means reducing the amount of driving, reducing the emissions from our fleet vehicles, improving our energy efficiency, and promoting renewables. Individuals really can make a difference to our air quality. Sometimes it's really frustrating to look out into the muck and not see the mountains and just feel like you really can't help us, but our air pollution really is comprised of many different sources. And so the biggest things that you can do as an individual are to avoid driving alone in your car, and there are a lot of ways you can do that, to reduce the emissions coming from your home, whether that's through not burning wood or making sure your furnace is tuned up and running well. The one thing that people don't necessarily realize is that the products that they use in their home, whether they're personal care products or cleaning supplies or other type of home repair products, actually put out volatile organic compounds, or VOCs, and those add up to some of the particulate pollution that we see in our inversions in the winter. And so as much as you can, avoid using aerosols for your hairspray or your room freshener or carpet cleaner and whatnot. And if you have any questions about the products that you want to use that are lower emission, you can go to the EPA's website. I think it's Safer Choice Products, and those will provide some low emissions options, including low VOC paints. If you want to learn more and find out how you can make a difference, go to slcgreen.com. We have an air quality menu that talks more about what you can do, and then if you'd like to remind yourself about what we're doing, you can click on that there. The other great resource is UCAIR, and that's ucair.org, and they have just done a fantastic job really breaking it down for people on how they can make a difference.
Next up is our History Minute.
Olene Walker, the first female governor of the state of Utah, was born Olene Smith in 1930. She received a bachelor's degree at Brigham Young University, her master's at Stanford, and completed her doctorate at the University of Utah, making her the only Utah governor to hold a PhD. Before she took her post as governor, she served in the state legislature for 8 years before deciding to run for Congress. It was in the midst of her burgeoning campaign that Mike Leavitt asked her to run as his lieutenant governor in the 1992 election. She decided she'd be able to do more good for the cause of education as lieutenant governor and accepted that post, abandoning her congressional run. For 10 years, she served as lieutenant governor fighting for education causes. When Governor Leavitt left office, she filled his vacancy, serving as the first female governor until 2005. During her time, she focused on bettering education, helping defeat school voucher legislation, and created early reading initiatives that had her at odds with the legislature. After she left office, she created the Olene S. Walker School of Politics and Public Service at Weber State University, and the state honored her by naming the Olene Walker Housing Loan Fund to help low-income Utahns find affordable housing. She passed away at the age of 85 in 2015.
That's it for another episode of Capital City News. Thanks for tuning in. If you'd like to learn more about how you can help reduce the air pollution, visit slcgreen.com. For SLC TV, I'm Poonam Kumar. Thanks for watching Capital City News, your connection to Salt Lake City government. I'm your host, Poonam Kumar, and welcome behind the scenes where I'm on set in the SLC TV studio. For this week's episode, we'll talk to Virginia Pierce with the Utah Film Commission about Salt Lake City's active TV and filming scene. And our History Minute is about a Japanese delegation's accidental visit to Salt Lake. Let's start off with our legislative update and look back. At its last meeting, the City Council discussed the Golf Enterprise Fund, which has experienced financial difficulties. The Council looked at revenue projections and opportunities to attract more players to city courses. Rather than relying on subsidies from other city funds, the council asked the mayor's office for a follow-up briefing to present new sustainable options for the fund. The council also heard from a number of constituents who expressed their concerns about the city's selection of locations for the new homeless resource centers. Affordable housing, air quality, welcoming refugees, and economic development were among some of the important topics Salt Lake City Mayor Jackie Biskupski addressed in her second State of the City speech. To read the full transcript, visit slcmayorblog.com. Mayor Jackie Biskupski and community leaders launched Growing SLC, Salt Lake City's first affordable housing plan in 16 years. The 5-year plan is designed to strategically address short and long-term housing solutions. And to help keep the city's land affordable forever, Mayor Biskupski, joined by District 2 City Council member Andrew Johnston, also launched the creation of a community land trust, a path to affordable rental units and home ownership. No hate, no fear. Refugees are welcome here, chanted several thousand people in the March for Utah Refugees, led by Mayor Biskupski. The event promoted a welcoming state for all while extending support to Utah's refugees. Councilmember Lisa Adams was also in attendance to show her support. Salt Lake City has become a popular destination for TV, film, and commercial production. The quaint neighborhoods, easy access from the airports to downtown, and the scenic mountain backdrops are some of the many reasons Salt Lake City attracts local and international filmmakers, including the Disney Channel. Virginia Pierce, Executive Director for the Utah Film Commission, gives us a behind-the-scenes look into the film industry.
The Utah Film Commission really is a state agency that markets the state of Utah for film production. We promote our local crew, our local cast, support services, equipment, everything that a film would need to have a great experience in Utah. We have great locations. We have locations you can't get anywhere else. We have the deserts, we have the mountains. We have a great professional crew, and that's the thing. You can have locations and you can have an incentive program, but if you don't have the infrastructure to support it, it really doesn't come all together. So that's where Utah really excels, is we have all of the tools. Last year we had 350 film permits happen all over the state. Almost 25% of those were in Salt Lake City. In 2016 we had $60 million of economic impact. And when you look at that's just on the projects that received an incentive from us. Another estimated $11 million in commercial production. Some examples are, there was a Walmart commercial played during the Olympics. We had the Disney Channel here all fall, and they fell in love with Liberty Park and shot there a lot. We have 2 films at Sundance that took advantage of Salt Lake City's locations. Brigsby Bear, they used a lot of locations. They used the Tower Theater on 9th and 9th, and that's got Mark Hamill, Kyle Mooney from Saturday Night Live wrote it and stars in it. There's another one called Small Town Crime that shot in and around the city that actually just got accepted to South by Southwest, and that's got Octavia Spencer in it. Salt Lake does a great job of kind of doubling for Anytown USA. Liberty Park is a big one, and I think it's because it's so big. The avenues, the sort of 15th and 15th area, again, those can look like Anytown